Good evening, everyone. We're ready to begin. I call this Planning Commission meeting to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We are live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m., the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. Will everyone please stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes. Chairman Moody?
Here.
Vice Chair Schlotman?
Present.
Commissioner Quinn? Here. Commissioner Flangus?
Here.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
Here.
Commissioner Creer?
Here.
Commissioner Cherry?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and review process, if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct, and we appreciate you adhering to these rules so that we can have a smooth meeting tonight, and I thank you in advance for your cooperation. Moving to item 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. And let me just make a comment about the limitation of time. We have a full agenda tonight, and as you can see, we have a lot of people here. There will be items that are called tonight for which I will limit time. When it's limited, there will be a clock, a timer that's on, and behind the two monitors right up front here, there's a clock. It's a little hard to see if you don't know where to look. But I will be enforcing that time, and I would appreciate you adhering to those timers tonight. All comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? We do have a gentleman that wanted to leave some postcards and make those part of the record.
Yes.
We'll receive those now. Thank you. Sir, can you come back up? Will you go ahead and state your name, your address, and which items those pertain to?
This is about the property in Rainbow, about a zone change.
Do you happen to know which item numbers on the agenda they pertain to?
The item 44, 46, 48, and 49.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Okay, we'll move on to item 5. This is for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of March 8, 2016. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the Planning Commission minutes from the March 8, 2016 Planning Commission hearing.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. That motion carries. We are now to item 6. These are housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or members of the public would like to pull forward for action? I have received a request from Commissioner Quinn to pull items 57 through 59 forward, as well as one from staff on item 82. So those will be first on the agenda. I'm sorry? 57 through 59 and number 82. So those will be first, 82 going first, then 57 through 59 on the public comment portion of tonight's agenda. Does anyone wish to speak on any of those items? Do we have any other housekeeping from staff?
Mr. Chairman, the following items have been requested to be held in abeyance to the May 10th, 2016 Planning Commission meeting. Items number 17 and 18, VAR 61777 and VAC 61552. This is the fourth request for abeyance, and as such, the Planning Commission will need to make a finding of good cause. To that point, the applicant has stated that they required additional time as the adjacent property is in receivership and their special services has not been able to timely process their respective alleyway vacation request. In addition, the applicant has stated the Supreme Court Chief Justice Hardesty would like to be present at the hearing to speak on this matter. Items number 22 through 24, GPA 62387, ZON 62392, and SDR 62393. This is the third request for abeyance, and as such, the Planning Commission will need to make a finding of good cause. The applicant has stated that they require additional time in which to hold additional discussions with neighbors through April and early May. Items number 52 through 55, MOD 63600, GPA 63599, ZON 63601, and DIR 63602. Items number 72 through 74, SUP 63594, SUP 63597, and SDR 63598, as well as item number 80, SDR 63591. The following items have been requested to be withdrawn without prejudice. Items number 26 and 27, ROC 62359 and VAR 62360. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I entertain a motion on these items, I do want to make a disclosure regarding items 22, 23, and 24. I work at the law firm of Hutchison and Stephan. I'm a partner there. That property is right on the edge of the property that these applications pertain to. I've disclosed and asked for an opinion from the city attorney. I've received a written opinion, and I will make that part of the record tonight should anyone wish to fully read that. It is the city attorney's position that the position of my law firm, even though I'm a partner there, that any effect on the value of the land and building housing the law firm would not be more or less than for any other business or group in this area. And for that, as well as a number of other reasons, he does not believe, nor do I believe after consulting with the city attorney, that I have a conflict. And I just want to make that full disclosure, even though there's a motion to obey those items tonight. And I will give this to the city clerk to make that part of tonight's record. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd like to make a motion to hold in abeyance items 17 and 18, and the cause is due to the property being in receivership and the Supreme Justice wanting to be at the hearing, and holding items number 22 and 23 in abeyance till the same May 10th, 2016 Planning Commission.
Also item 24, I believe.
22, 23, and 24. And the cause would be due to the applicants wishing to hold additional community meetings. Items 52 through 55, items 72 through 74, and item 80. Everything stated thus far till the May 10th, 2016 Planning Commission hearing. To go ahead and withdraw without prejudice, items number 26 and 27. And to pull forward items 57 through 59 and 82.
Okay, very good. The motion has been made, including the for cause reasons on the first 5 item numbers. So please vote. That motion carries. Those items are obeyed and withdrawn as stated in the motion. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Beginning with items 7 and 8 that are related. Item 7 is ZON 63222. The applicant is Barnes Law Group and the owner is Carol Barnes. For possible action on a request for a rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to PO Professional Office at 712 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 8 is SDR 63223. For possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the conversion of an existing 1,680 square foot detached single-family residence to an office building with waivers to allow a 7-foot wide front landscape buffer where 15 feet is the minimum required and a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north and south perimeter where 8 feet is the minimum required in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item 9 is SUP 63316. The applicant is Natea Parawang, and the owner is Rampart PhD LLC. For possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved special use permit to add 1,085 square feet to an existing 1,115 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment with 310 square feet of outdoor seating area at 2110 North Rampart Boulevard, Suite 110 in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 10 is SUP 63421. The applicant owner is Brian and Candace Stuckey. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,242 square foot accessory structure, Class 1 casita, at 5555 Mellow Avenue in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 11 is SUP 63433. The applicant owner is Wences and Elizabeth Perez. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 936 square foot accessory structure, Class 1 casita, at 7284 Afternoon Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 12 is SUP 63484. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,013 square foot liquor establishment, tavern, within a 28.43 acre mixed use development with a waiver to allow a 141 foot distance separation from a city park where 1,500 feet is the minimum required at 450 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 120 in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 13, SUP 63553. The applicant is Makers and Finders, and the owner is 1120 Vegas LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,041 square foot restaurant with service bar use at 500, with a 500 square foot outside seating area at 1120 South Main Street, Suite 110 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item 14, RQR 63260. The applicant is PPS2 LLC and the owner is Boca Park Marketplace Syndications Group LLC. For possible action on a request for a required review of an approved special use permit for a beer wine cooler on sale establishment use within a 3,479 square foot general personal service use instructional art studio at 1,000 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 10 in Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Item 15, VAC 63486. The applicant is DR Horton. The owner is Investor Equity Homes LLC. For possible action on a request for a petition to vacate a 10-foot wide portion along the west side of Tenaya Way, right-of-way, south of Russell Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. And finally, item 16, DIR 63292. The applicant is Canalysis Laboratories. The owner is Fisher Brothers Las Vegas LLC. For possible action on a request for the relocation of medical marijuana independent testing laboratory pursuant to NRS 453A.350.2 at 2952 Meade Avenue in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Any staff report? Okay. Do any members of the public wish to be heard on any of these items? I'll open this for public comment and hearing. Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and abstain on item number 13, which is SUP 63553, Magerson Finders, seeing as I own an urban lounge within the notification area, and due to an abundance of caution, and as I have in the past, I've always abstained on those items. However, I'd like to move to approve items 7 through 16, noting the abstention on number 13.
Okay, very good. Motion has been made, noting the vice chair's abstention on item 13. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 7, 8, and 15 will all be heard at City Council on May 18th, 2016. Items 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 16 are all final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Very good. We are now pulling from the director's business portion of the agenda, item 82, which is DIR 63603. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. This is for a presentation of the proposed downtown master plan update. And we are ready for the presentation.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. For the record, my name is Robert Summerfield. I'm the Planning Section Manager for Long Range Planning in the Office of Sustainability here at the City. You should each have received, prior to the start of the meeting, a copy of the 90% plan version draft of the Downtown Master Plan to peruse at your leisure. It's a pretty weighty document, so hopefully you'll have an opportunity to look through that. Additionally, I've submitted to the clerk copies of this presentation so that you have that as well. So I'm going to try to get through this really quickly because I know you guys have a lot of business to get to this evening. The Downtown Master Plan is an effort that has been underway for almost 2 years now. And has involved a pretty diverse group of individuals. I put this slide up here just to kind of give everybody a picture of who all has been involved in this planning process. The Executive Steering Committee has been quite extensive. It involves members of this body, the Planning Commission, as well as the mayor. It involves business owners, property owners, developers who have a stake in the future of downtown. It also has residents, people who actually live in downtown, as well as those who work or invest in downtown. The consultant team is made up of a very diverse group of subject matter experts. It's led by RTKL, which is an international planning architectural design firm. We are using their office that's based out of LA. But it also involves local consultants. It involves Feist Foley Warren, which is a prominent public relations firm here in the Valley that has helped us with the public outreach efforts. It also involves the Kimley Horn, again, another prominent engineering firm here in the Las Vegas Valley that has participated in our transportation planning, which is a significant portion of this plan. Additionally, we have Chuck Kubat, who is a private consultant now, but previously has worked with some very large consultancies, including Design Workshop, when they did the work on producing the Symphony Park plan that has produced some really amazing architecture in the forms of the Smith Center and the Lou Rubo Center for Brain Health. Additionally, there's been quite a group of staff that's been involved from various departments, so it's a very comprehensive effort on the plan. But it's not just staff and steering committee members, it's also a huge public engagement undertaking that we've done. This project has involved 10 executive steering committee or city council meetings, including a special city council workshop that was conducted back in August that was devoted specifically an entire afternoon to the downtown master plan and the city's citywide mobility master plan. We had more than 2,400 members of the community participate in our community outreach events. We held 5 of those over the course of this planning process with 2 sessions each evening that we conducted those, and we got a very good response from that. We also conducted more than 100 stakeholder interviews. These were with individual stakeholders in the downtown community and small groups, which was a phenomenal response rate that we received there. More than 20,000 folks came to the website and viewed the online material through the course of this project. And this is a number we want to work on for future planning efforts, but still, using some of the media that we haven't previously used, we did receive more than 900 shares, likes, tweets. I'm not quite sure what Instagram calls their things, but so we received quite a bit of interest from the public engagement. Okay, this is the timeline that this public engagement went through. As I mentioned, we kicked off the formal master planning process back in October of 2014. We worked on the plan all of last year, and we've had some pretty extensive work that's happened this first half of this year so far. We are now at the final kind of open house. That's what this presentation sort of is. In fact, I'm hopeful that all the members of the audience here had an opportunity prior to entering chambers to look at the boards and the presentation material that we have on the walls out in front of this chamber. That we've gotten quite a bit of feedback over the last month that those boards have been out there and accessible to the public. One important component of this plan, in addition to the public outreach, which is probably one of the most exhaustive public outreach approaches we've taken in a planning effort since the city did the 2020 Las Vegas Master Plan back in 2000, was looking at downtown in a different way than we have previously. In the Centennial Plan, which is the current plan for downtown, it looks kind of looks at downtown in a very isolated way. It looks at downtown almost as if it was an island. In this plan, we made a very conscious effort to begin looking at downtown as the center of a much larger area and looked at the interrelationship between downtown and the greater region. So I'd like to have this map up just to show you that downtown is that central nexus. When you hear somebody say downtown, they mean downtown Las Vegas, downtown the city of Las Vegas. They don't mean downtown elsewhere. They really mean our downtown, and it's important to keep that in mind. That is the downtown, the central hub for the Las Vegas Valley, for the region. The other aspect of the kind of rethinking in terms of this master plan over previous efforts is we're kind of dividing downtown into 3 layers of looking at it. At this very top high-level layer, we're looking at downtown in kind of 3 pieces. We're looking at the downtown core. This is the historic area of downtown. This is some of the more, the older development. It's the core areas. It houses our casino and resort corridor. It includes the entertainment district. It includes the area that we're in right now, the civic and business district, and is really where we see the development potential being probably the most in the short term in terms of making some turnaround in future development patterns. However, having said that, that doesn't mean that the development potential is exclusive to the downtown core. In fact, there are 2 areas in this downtown periphery area, which are areas where we see a great deal of development potential. We just anticipate they have a longer horizon to achieve that. With the exception of the Las Vegas Medical District, that area just along Charleston Boulevard, west of the I-15, with the anticipated siting of the UNLV Medical School, we anticipate that there could be drastic growth and drastic development potential in the Charleston corridor and in the medical district. The second area that's kind of in that downtown periphery that we've got our eye on as maybe having more short-term or mid-term gains is the area just north and west of the Spaghetti Bowl where the historic West Side District is. This is a district that we're adding to the Centennial Plan. And we really see, based on the land costs there and some catalyst projects that are already, that have come to fruition with the Tenaya Creek Brewery and the extension of a distillery that's in that area, we really see there to be a lot of potential for that district to make some early gains as well. So that's kind of the, and then the third area is what we call the sphere of influence. That's an area that we're not actively planning for in this plan, but we take into consideration, because one of the things that we're very conscious of in this plan is as we move out of the downtown planning geography, the darker colors here, we need to be sensitive to those transitions to some of those residential areas. Of particular concern is the residential area south of Charleston, south of the medical district, as well as the historic neighborhoods to the south of south of Charleston on the east side of the plan and east of Las Vegas Boulevard. So we made sure that we've included discussions about that sphere of influence area as well. It's very important that everybody worked very hard on this vision. This is the central premise by which the plan kind of takes its roots. And it really exemplifies a lot of collaboration amongst stakeholders, the steering committee, the city council, and is basically the vision that will guide development and guide this planning effort as we move from adoption of this plan expected in May into actual implementation goals. And I'm just going to read this. Hopefully everyone can see it, but just in case you can't, I'm going to read it. It's Downtown Las Vegas, the legend reinvented. Downtown Las Vegas is where it all began and continues to evolve. It's a creative collaboration between residents, businesses, and visitors. It welcomes diversity, entrepreneurship, and fosters pride, always looking to the future. And I think that's very important that we have that kind of guiding vision and universal vision as we move forward. So this is the second level of how the plan is organized, and this is the downtown districts. This is probably the point that's most familiar to people because this is how the Centennial Plan is organized in the districts. Although we have added a number of new areas to the downtown plan, including the historic West Side District, the Cashman District, which includes the Cultural Corridor, the Las Vegas Medical District, as it's been recently updated with the Las Vegas Medical District Master Plan, and what we call the Founders District, an area kind of south of the Fremont East area that kind of encapsulates all of that area between north of Charleston from Las Vegas Boulevard out to Eastern, out to the Five Points area, where there's a lot of infill development potential available. One of the things that you will notice on this map, we have, at the direction of council, removed this section that is currently in the industrial district south of Sahara. For most people, that wasn't really a thought that is in downtown. And so at least at this point, we've removed that from the planning area, and we'll revisit a future date if it becomes necessary to add that. Okay, and this is the final piece, the most detailed piece of this plan, and for me, the central premise of this downtown master plan is the introduction of what we call transit hubs or mixed-use hubs or transit-oriented development hubs to the downtown plan. This is the place where we will be the most detailed in the planning approach as we move forward, and this is really the direction that we received from the stakeholders and from the City Council when they met on this, about focusing our development activities and future investments in those places where we as a community have already been investing, both on the private and public sides. And so we've identified a number of hubs where we believe that, particularly with the advance of the higher order transit line along the Maryland Parkway corridor into downtown, that these corridor or these hubs really make sense along these corridors. They're corridors that in many cases already have some level of transit, and as we continue to make investments and enhance those transportation options, these are the areas where we really need to pay close attention to the land use, and that's kind of really the meat of this plan. These are some of the plan offerings. This is just kind of a real high-level summary of what the plan hopes to do in its various components. It really talks about urban scale development. We look at diversifying our economy by hitting targeted niche industries, but we also want to include additional convention space and do things that help improve our tourism. We understand and acknowledge that gaming is a huge part of our history and a huge part of our economic engine for not just the Las Vegas Valley, but specifically for downtown Las Vegas. And then there are a number of other components here. I put this slide in here because I just want to give people a kind of picture of how some of these districts are shaping up. So one of the things that you will find in the plan as you look is there are some images. These are illustrations of if we move forward with the level of investments and the level of participation that the plan calls for, this is kind of what we could expect to see. This isn't to say that we expect a park in the location that the pretty picture shows us, but that by adding a park in this area, we see some other catalytic effects by adding that park. We begin to see residents have amenities in that area. Office workers have places to go during their break, during their lunch hour, after work, and hang out and touch base with folks. And so it's really important that folks take a look at these pictures and see them not as definitive, this is what will be, but this is what could be if we come together in this planning effort. This is the investment summary matrix. This kind of just describes what some of the investments that could help us eventually achieve the goal that's outlined in this vision and policy guidance that is the Downtown Master Plan. These are, again, some suggestions that have come through from the steering committee, the council workshop, from the general community, and then best practices as put together by our consultant team. This is not an exhaustive list. There's going to be more work beyond just this list that we're going to explore as we move into the implementation phase. But it's important to give people an idea of some of the things that we need to begin looking at in terms of investing, again, at both a private and public level to see this plan come to fruition. And so some next steps. April 20th, which is next Wednesday, I will do an update to the City Council on the status of the master plan in preparation for having a final draft to present to the City Council for their consideration on May 18th. I will actually, in between those, I will be presenting at the April Historic Preservation Commission. They've asked to also hear an update, so I will be presenting to the folks on our Historic Preservation Commission. Then May 18th, Council will hear this item and hopefully take action to adopt this. With that adoption, we will move into the summer beginning another public outreach effort to move on an implementation strategy, an implementation plan for the Downtown Master Plan. Because there will be a disconnect between this vision and policy guidance that is hoped to be adopted in May, and the current regulations that exist in the Centennial Plan, we actually, during the summer, we will come forward to Planning Commission and City Council with a transition implementation plan that will patch the differences between the new vision and the current plan. And then fall and winter of 2016, we will come forward with a new regulatory framework, if you would, an implementation plan for achieving this vision that's outlined in the Downtown Master Plan. One of the things that's not on here, thanks to our wonderful people in the communications office here at the City of Las Vegas, we were able to quickly turn around this afternoon and get the 90% version of the plan online. So for any member of the audience here or listening in from home that would be interested in going and taking a look at this 90% draft, and I can't stress enough, it still is a draft, there is still work to be done. That is going to be available at lasvegasnevada.gov, and if you navigate to the planning and zoning portion of the site, there is an option for the downtown master plan, and you will be able to download the PDF and view it. For planning commissioners, I would also just mention that we do have a deadline of April 19th to receive any comments that you may have on this 90% draft, that we can get those to the consultant team, that they may address those comments as they prepare the final draft for City Council consideration. And with that, Chairman, I will take any questions that you or the commissioners may have.
Okay, thank you. Let me first, although staff has no recommendations, this is a public hearing item, so if any members of the public have any feedback on the proposed downtown master plan update, you're certainly welcome to approach the dais, and we'd love to hear from you. Seeing none, I will close the public comment, and Vice Chair, any
Yes,
questions?
Mr. Chairman, just a few questions, comments. Been involved with, you know, the steering committee from the beginning with Mr. Summerfield from over a year ago at the Fifth Street, the historic Fifth Street School, and going through this. And there was a lot of pushback from a lot of members from the community, and, you know, different business owners not understanding what the whole new master plan is about. Basically, we have the downtown master plan and downtown centennial plan in place, and that's what we know, and that's how we develop, and we bring projects to the Planning Commission, City Council, based on our downtown centennial plan. One of the greatest things that I think that most people forget with the new master plan is that kind of replaces what the downtown centennial plan currently has in place. And Mr. Summerfield, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but if you conform to whatever is in that transector, within that, we won't confuse people, within that community or within that development or that little hub, then basically you can get administrative approval and then be able to bypass the whole 120-day Planning Commission, City Council approval process. Is that correct?
That's the goal, Vice Chair, through you, Chairman.
Yes.
That is the goal, Vice Chair, is to get to a point where the community and the City Council and this board feel comfortable that if you meet all the requirements that are outlined as a part of this vision document and then the regulatory framework that will follow this, then you've checked all the boxes, and therefore you can get an administrative review instead of going through the lengthy public hearing process. Again, that means that you don't have waivers, that you don't have variances, that you're not deviating from any of the rules that the community at large has agreed to for development in downtown. But that is the ultimate goal, and you will see a number of times in the plan where we reference things like streamlined governance, form-based codes, and those things, and all of those kind of come together to achieve that goal.
Mr. Chairman, and just to be clear, the provisions that you and the Commissioner Schlottman and Mr. Summerfield are talking about aren't in this version of the downtown master plan. This is the vision document. We will follow up then with those development standards and the processing and the uses after working with Planning Commission, City Council, and the community to identify those over the coming months. As Mr. Summerfield said, that's part of the implementation phase.
Thank you, Director. And Mr. Chair, if I could have a few more comments.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate the Director saying that, because that was leading up to my next comment about, you know, this is our visionary document. This isn't our implementation document. This isn't what's setting precedents for the Arts District or Fremont East or East Village or any of these little areas that we have. But, and, you know, this was coming at us so fast after, you know, taken so long to put together, because it was such a comprehensive plan that I wanted to ensure that we weren't just approving something without understanding everything that we're approving. So we'll do that over the next 12 months. One thing that I would just encourage, you know, the planning department and the city manager's office and our city council is to, you know, look at this. If we're actually putting a plan in place that can actually expedite development. Let's actually allow staff to, and our directors and planners to expedite that development if we're meeting the requirements of the code. Historically, on DCP and the Centennial Threshold document, it was always kind of up in the air. Well, should this go to PC, or can we administratively approve this? And I'd like to see the planners be able to approve this administratively, and let's redevelop our downtown a lot quicker. And then last comment, and then we'll wait till the implementation stage comes, and I'll have a lot more comments. The Fremont East Entertainment District, since we're consolidating a lot of our districts, the whole area, Fremont East and East Village, is all being consolidated into one, new district called Fremont East. And I talked to Mr. Summerfield about this past week. That's going to confuse a lot of people with that's planning on coming in, thinking they don't have to apply or abide by the noise requirements, and thinking they could do whatever they can do within the ordinances of Fremont East. I think we should break Fremont East Entertainment District off from East Village and just try coming up with a new name, and that's the direction I'd like to give to the Planning Department, City Manager's Office, and City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Through the chair, I want to disclose that I live in the Arts District in downtown, and if the item comes back for vote, or when the item comes back for vote, that it won't affect me in any greater or lesser way, and I will be voting on it. And just congratulations to Mr. Summerfield. I think they've done a very mindful and thorough job of putting together this vision and plan, and the outreach was phenomenal, and I was able to attend some of those sessions, and it was very thoughtful, so thank you for that.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to disclose I live in the within the new master plan, and it won't affect me any greater, lesser than anyone else. I just want to make sure this is a great plan for everybody from within the downtown area, and looking forward to a brighter future down here.
Great. On behalf of the Planning Commission, I'd like to thank staff and those that have been involved in this process to get us where we are today. And we look forward to this coming back in front of us next month for action. So thank you. Great presentation. No, not in May for action?
Yeah, no, and Mr. Chairman, I just want to just make clear that tonight's presentation was to give you the update on the 90% plan, get your feedback. It is not on the agenda for action, but we will bring it back on May 10th for you to take action, just as we did the Downtown Centennial Plan.
Okay, very good. Thanks again. Okay, we are to items 57, 58, and 59. These are all related. Item 57 is VAR 63394. The applicant owner is James F. Wolfram and Sharon R. Wolfram, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for an existing 115-square-foot accessory structure, a Class 2 shed at 212 Canyon Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 58 is VAR 63397 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required for a proposed 510-square-foot accessory structure, Class 1 guest house at 212 Canyon Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And item 59, SUP 63398 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 510-square-foot accessory structure, Class 1 guest house in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow a Class 1 accessory structure with full kitchen facilities with a variance to allow the proposed structure to have a 5-foot side setback where 10 feet is required. The applicant has also requested a variance for an existing Class 1 accessory structure or shed to allow the existing structure to have a 0-foot side setback where at least 10 feet is required. Staff finds the requested variances to be self-imposed hardships and recommend denial of all 3 applications. Please note, additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Before I ask you to state your names, are any members of the public here to speak either for or against any of these 3 items? Okay. Your names and address, please.
James F. Wolfram, 212 Canyon Drive, 89107, Las Vegas.
And I'm Sharon Wolfram, 212 Canyon Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Good evening. Do you have anything to tell us about the applications?
Yeah, the reason for the application is my sister, I probably wouldn't build the house except my sister's 86. She lost her husband, she lost her son. She's living over in the southwest end of town in a 2-story condominium. She's 86. She's starting to get into dementia. Even though we have people coming in and cooking for her and watching over there, they're not with her all the time. She refuses to move into the house because she thinks she's going to be a burden on us. But we told her if we built the little guest house, would she move in? And she said, yes, she'd move into the guest house. But with her condition, we need to get her over there with us so we can watch her. And we have people coming in to shop and cook for her and do what has to be done.
Okay, very good. You're willing to comply with all of staff's if-approved conditions?
Pardon?
Are you willing to comply with all of staff's if-approved conditions that have been
Yes.
on these? Okay. All right, I'll open this for public comment. Do any members of the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. And Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. I visited the property the other day, and we always look at the fact that there was no setback with your wall, and like I explained to Mr. Wolfram, it wasn't wood onto wood next to a wood house. It was concrete onto concrete, and so therefore that setback was not a problem. Therefore, I'm going to recommend approval on all 3 of these items this evening, and it's going to be a nice project, and it's great to have you in there. So. Regarding item number, does anybody else have anything to say on it?
Commissioner Schlapman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was a little confused. Statement of financial interest stated that somebody from Planning Commission or City Council had a financial interest in this, but there was no city official named?
No, there's no financial interest in this. The reason I have it on the 5-foot setback is because I back up to the Springs Preserve. I have a large lot, the Western Mountains, sunset every evening, what have you. If I put it on the back of my lot, I'm taking away all of my view, that
I think the question was only about the financial interest. You're not aware of any?
No, there's no one has a financial interest.
Mr. Chairman, second question, the block wall that you have, or the accessory structure 0 feet off of your side yard, do you have neighbors' approval on that?
Yes, I do. In fact, I have everybody on the street has approved of it except one person is elderly, had to move to Reno to live with relatives, and the other person on the street was not there. I couldn't get it.
Okay.
But I know that person well.
No further questions.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion, Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you very much. Regarding variance number 57, variance 63394, I'm going to offer the recommendation this evening for approval.
Motion is to approve item 57. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 58, variance 63397, also a motion for approval.
Thank you. Please vote. That also carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 59, the SUP 63398. I'm going to also offer this evening the recommendation for approval, and good luck with your project.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 57, 58, and 59 are all final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
We are now to items 19, 20, and 21. Item 19 is an abate item VAR 61046. The applicant owner is Kim J. Leclerc. This is for possible action on a request for a variance to allow an existing detached accessory structures, Class 2 horse corrals, to be located in the front yard where such is not permitted, to allow a 1-foot distance separation from the main dwelling for an existing detached accessory structures, Class 2 shade structure, where 6 feet is required, to allow a 1-foot side yard setback for existing structures, Class 2, a 192-square-foot hay barn, and a 48-square-foot well house, where 10 feet is required, to allow an 8-foot rear yard setback for an accessory structure, Class 2, animal shade structure, where 10 feet is required, and to allow a 12-foot corner side yard setback for accessory structures, animal shade structure, and tack room, where 15 feet is required, at 5525 West Jerome Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 20, SUP 61047, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing animal keeping and husbandry use to allow 22 horses, 1 alpaca, and 10 goats, where a maximum of 7 horses and 7 goats are allowed in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 21, SUP 61183, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed horse corral or stable, commercial use to provide instructional or recreational activities for other than occupants of the premises in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Excuse me, before you start, through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
You know, when you've lived in Las Vegas your whole life, you become very passionate about certain things, and sometimes you, as a planning commissioner, you overstep your bounds and you get too involved with the project, and you make yourself more of a menace to the problem or to the project than a help. And in this case, I've given it a lot of thought. I spoke with the city attorney this afternoon, and it, along with myself and him, I've decided to abstain on this item this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds that the number of variances that accompany this application illustrate that the site is too small to accommodate the number of animals requested and recommends denial of all applications. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Before I ask you to state names and addresses, I want to remind everybody, first, how many of you are here to speak on these 3 items that are in the... Okay. Because we spent, I don't know, probably between 45 minutes and an hour at last month's meeting on this, this is one I am going to limit time on, so I'm going to give the applicant 5 minutes to begin. And anyone who wishes to speak, if you spoke last month, I would prefer you not speak. You made a record. We heard your remarks. We know what they are. If anyone new wants to speak on these items, we'd be happy to hear you, but your remarks will be limited to 1 minute. I also want to remind everybody that this is a land use matter. What we want to hear from you is this an appropriate use for this area? Are the number of animals that are requested on this property appropriate to be approved, denied, et cetera? So we're going to hold you to that. And having said that, please state your names and addresses. And if you want to split your time for your remarks, that's fine. But between you, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and then we'll open it for public comment.
My name is Kim Leclerc. I live at 5525 West Jerome Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada, and I am the property owner. You introduce yourself.
You can go first.
Okay. I would like to thank everyone and good evening. We had a neighborhood meeting at the suggestion of Vice Chairperson. It went very well. We learned a lot of things. I have since submitted an addendum to my justification letter, reducing the number of animals from 22 horses. I've since rehomed 22 of our beloved horses to 15. In addition, I spoke with Sid Knott out at Horses for Heroes, and she's willing to take an additional 4 goats. That'll bring me down to 8 goats, and in addition to the other animals that I've listed. So we've gone to some pretty great lengths to take care of those things. I have since also gotten letters of approval from my attached neighbors. Some of them, I think, may have already been emailed, and some of them have been hand-delivered to me, and I have those, and I'd like to turn those in to staff. But the new number is 15 horses, 1 mini horse, and 8 goats, in addition to the alpaca and 2 miniature pigs. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to my friend Lisa. She's got some more detailed information about the staff report, and let her take over from there. And again, once again, thank you for your consideration, and hopefully we can get this matter approved tonight.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, board members, commissioners. My name is Lisa Mayo. I'm at 2936 Josephine Drive, Henderson, Nevada, and I am a friend of Kim's, and as many of you know, a longtime advocate for open space and rural space, founded Northwest Residents for Responsible Growth. And I'm proud to say that we've actually been able to protect a lot of the rural lifestyle. Although I will tell you that when I moved here, we had 350 acres of RMP in rural area in the Northwest, and we're down to about 50 acres actually really left that people haven't, tried to zone commercial and so forth. So these areas are really, really very important to our community. What I wanted to do, I think you all have what I put together in your packet to bring this whole issue, I think, to really what this is about. First off, you know that the applicant has reduced the number of animals significantly. In addition to that, I think we have to look at the area, and we have to look at really what we're talking about. The total number of variances on this property between what is in Title 19, which is a guideline, and between what she's asking for is 26 feet on a 59,000 square foot parcel. I mean, if you were to go out there, which I've been out there several times, and look at the distances and go by what Title 19 is saying, it's almost splitting hairs on such a large parcel of land. That's the first thing. The second thing is there have been many, many other precedents out in this area. In 2003, 50 Fun 01 West Rome was approved for 13 horses, 1 steer, and limited goats on a 37,000 square foot parcel. Currently, directly across the street from this property, there are 15 horses, 5 steer, on a much smaller parcel, 0.95 acres. So, I got down into a lot of detail on this, but if you look at animals per square foot, which is really kind of what Title 19 looks at, Kim's property, she has many more square feet than the other approvals and the other people in the area for her animals per square foot. So I think that needs to be a consideration when you look at such a large parcel of land and what this land is zoned for, which is a rural environment with animals. The other thing I wanted to talk about, in addition to the fact that she's reduced the number of animals and the fact that it is a very small square footage, it's 0.0046 of the entire property. There's an issue about the corral being in the front yard. But if you look at this property, the way her property is configured on this angle, the front yard of her property actually is on Helen, and it's not on Rome. So we would, argue from what staff is saying is that this corral area in the front, which I have pictures, there are many other people at these same sort of areas located in the front of the home structure, which is not necessarily the front yard. I would argue that. I would argue I also went through Title 19 exhaustively looking for a description of what a front yard is in rural RE, and there is none. Last, I will let you know we comply with, I talked to the Nevada water engineer, she complies perfectly with the water issues. She does not use 2 acre-feet of water a year. That's a lot of water. She's using much less than that on her property, and so according to NRS 35534 and the water where they referred me, she's fine. Unless she is over that 2 acre-feet of water per year, that is a domestic well. It can be used for livestock. It can be used for family use, all of that. That's the statute, and that's that guideline. So she is complying with that. So with that, I would hope that you have those packets.
Thank you. We're out of time now.
Okay.
I appreciate it. I am going to give you a few minutes at the end for any rebuttal, so
okay.
I will give you a minute. All right.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
This is now open for public comment. If any of you wish to be heard, please come on up to a microphone. I'd ask you to line up so that we can hear from you. Make sure you state your name and address for the record. 1 minute.
My name is Robert S. Conley. I live at 5332 Corbett Street. I'm Bella LeClaire's grandfather, and I'm proud of her and what they've done there. What I'm really concerned about is all these people driving up and down the street. We have children, girls, okay, that are 5 to 15 years old. I've got 40 cars going up down through there every day. People coming, looking in the dumpster, looking into where I'm cleaning the stalls. One lady said at the meeting you were at the other night that Kim's a liar, she don't clean stalls. Well, I'm the cowboy that cleans the stalls. If you don't want to do that, you come at 6:30 and meet me there, and you can help me clean them stalls. But I'll tell you what there is. There's a thing called harassment and stuff. When you drive up and down the street and you don't even live on that street 6 or 7 times a day, there's a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairperson and Planning Commission. My name is Michael Sanzero, 3609 Inverness Grove Avenue, North Las Vegas. I'm here to talk about the Horses for Hero program that Kim has at her property, which is a win-win solution for everybody. I am a disabled Vietnam veteran, 100% from wounds from Vietnam, and just like a lot of other veterans there that are from Iraq War and Afghan War, the amount of help that it does for veterans suffering from PTSD to go there and work with all these animals, work with the goats, clean the animals, ride the animals, clean them before and afterwards is phenomenal. What it does, you know, it's better than going to the shrink all the time and getting nothing but medicine. And so, for example, it doesn't cost the government a penny. It doesn't cost the veterans any money. They volunteer their time, they help with the horses, feed the goats, but all the animals that they work with is so beneficial to the veterans. So I ask you to reconsider your denial and think about all the veterans who are suffering from PTSD like me, who need Kim and her horses and other animals to help her. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good evening. It was suggested that we pick a couple delegates to speak for the opposition, and if you look at the group over here, you can see how many people have donated their time for Paula and I to speak.
Can I see by raise of hands how many of you are willing to give your time? Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes between you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Linda Mayers. I reside at 5801 Anno. Tonight, I'm one of the delegated speakers on behalf of those in our neighborhood opposed to Kim LeClaire's special use permit and variance requests. I've come as an advocate for our rural status on prior occasions, once in opposition to the density of a 40-acre home development west of our neighborhood, at which time I contacted Ms. Mayo. And again, against density in our midst, quartering a single acre to build 4 homes. The majority of our neighborhood stands opposed to Kim's multiple requests. The thing is, we moved here for the lightly rural lifestyle afforded us with rural estate zoning, nothing more, nothing less. Many were present at the neighborhood meeting held last week when Kim cited her neighbor's variance granted for 12 horses back in 2002. So we know she's been aware of the rural estate requirements since she moved into the neighborhood, and she's actually said to me that she was allowed 12 horses at that time. Her neighbor's variance back then was granted with the stipulation of a block wall surrounding their property. Most of the neighborhood has been cited for code infractions and have made changes to come into compliance over the years. Kim's overall livestock population and outbuildings have grown, and we've seen no effort of compliance on her behalf. As one neighbor said in the meeting, we still saw no changes for the first 3 months after her initial application for the December 8th hearing. To be honest, the number of horses and goats visible from the street are not a representation of her actual populace. During last week's meeting, a few neighbors mentioned the staff recommendations, and even though Kim referenced recommendations for her initial zoning and variance requests for 22 horses, she claimed to know nothing of the published staff recommendations. Several of our neighbors met with Mayor Pro Tem Ross prior to the January 12th hearing, registering our discontent over Ms. LeClaire's requests, reiterating the number of horses and goats and various animals to be too many for the property. We mentioned their overall health appeared a bit ribby. We've been unhappy with their manure recycling practice, feeling it breeds disease and infestation, not to mention the smell after a rain or on a hot summer's day. We were told he met with her and expressed our concerns, gave her 2 months in which to make some changes and meet with her neighbors. She did reach out to me, echoing a similar conversation with Mayor Pro Tem Ross. Throughout that Facebook message, I urged her to meet with the neighborhood. She mentioned that some of her horses were thin since being rescued and some due to a virus contracted at Horseman's Park. I was alarmed that she said 8 of her herd were contracted the virus, and she didn't feel the need to notify her neighbors on either side. The Northwest is rich in rural history dating back to the Kyle Ranch days and forward throughout the Lamb dynasty, including Gilcrease Ranch and nowadays the Rocking K Ranch. Others like Cooper Ranch for dressage and the newest addition being the Bitterroot Ranch. Throughout the evolution of our valley, there has come to be an understanding that there are regulations to account for the number of horses living and the exercise space needed for equine and various livestock on an everyday basis, as well as the effect of their waste on that given area of property. All this being said, we hope you understand why we feel she should not be granted her requests. We feel the rural estate zoning is in place to protect our properties and reinforce the general livestock populace of what a property can withstand. Kim's not worked with our small community and lacks the history of adherence to rural estate zoning we live by. Due to her disregard for regulations, we feel the existing code should be enforced and her requested variances and permits should not be granted. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to give you, it says you have 1 minute. I'm going to give you a couple, so will you reset it to 2?
I appreciate that.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you. My name is Paula Hutchison. I reside at 5704 Anno Drive for the past approximately 20 years. I also have been requested by the neighbors in the vicinity of Ms. Kim LeClaire's property to speak with concerns regarding variances that she is requesting for her property. Chairman Moody recommended that we consolidate our concerns and be presented by a representative of the neighborhood. With regard to the single-family domestic well, we respectfully request that the commissioners abide by staff's recommendations, and I quote, FYI, should there be approval that she submit a letter from the State of Nevada Division of Water Resources that her well is approved by them for commercial use, or that she connect to public sewer. As of April 4th, 2016, at her own declaration, she had not contacted the Water Resources Department. I don't believe that the previous woman, and I'm sorry, that spoke in behalf with this regard, I don't think taking a word is adequate. It needs to be a letter from Water Resources, please. Additionally, with the exception for the well location adjacent to her fence line, we ask that she comply with any of the regulations for the other sides to be distanced and shielded from potential contamination. Should her well become contaminated by the high volume of animal feces, it places the neighborhood and beyond in jeopardy of having their well water deemed not potable. With regard to existing temporary individual sewage disposal system, staff also, as a condition for approval, stated, quote, she provide a written letter from the Southern Nevada Health District Environmental Health Division stating that the proposed improvements are compatible with the existing temporary individual sewage disposal system. Alternatively, she can abandon her sewage disposal system and connect to public sewer. On April 4th, 2016, at Ms. LeClaire's neighborhood meeting, she proposed moving her property entrance from to Rome Boulevard and the front yard turnout pen being more to the south on Helen. Should this be one of the resolutions, it would need to be in compliance with existing codes. Staff also stated as a condition of approval that all parking areas shall, quote, all parking areas shall be paved, striped, and marked to clearly define parking and handicap parking spaces, end quote. With regard to increased commercial and public traffic to her business, staff has indicated Helen to be a suitable size, 60 feet, for the proposed use. It's our understanding that our neighborhood roads are dust abatement quality. Ms. LeClaire has indicated that her lessons typically involve 5 to 10 students. Parents usually drop the kids off and then return several hours later.
All right, I hate to cut you off, but I've given you 2.5 minutes.
If I might comment that these Linda Mayer's presentation as well as mine were presented jointly to the neighborhood, and these are their signatures, and we would submit both of these in reference, please.
We'll accept that from you and make that part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, before I give you rebuttal time, Ms. Mayo, let me see if anyone else wishes to speak. either for or against these items.
I'm Allison Bonanno, 6950 West Rome Boulevard, so I'm west of these folks. I actually came for a different, but I had to stand up and say something because this is such small potatoes, and this is a rural community, and it's built specifically for our type of lifestyle. May she have a few additional animals, and may she be able to work with that and reducing that number? Yes, but the people that moved in around this area knew that this was horse property, knew that this is the lifestyle that they signed up for. And I'm sorry. And I know you guys have a job to do, and this is a low-hanging fruit for you guys to kind of, say, well, we have to go by the rules. But this woman is willing to work with you, and this is the lifestyle, and we want to preserve some of that lifestyle in our Northwest area. And let's not make her the devil here when she's obviously working with nonprofit organizations, and she wants to do the right thing. Let's give her an opportunity, and that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to hold your applause. This isn't the time or place for that. I'm going to give you 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Okay. Can you show this map? Can you zoom in on this map as opposed to?
You have it in front of you?
There
Yes.
you go, yes. I wanted to show you that Linda Myers lives here on this parcel, the first woman who spoke, and the second woman lives here. And this is the parcel we're talking about. So you can see you have this entire row of homes, which is land and trees and horses and a whole big rural area before this woman over here, who's concerned about her well being contaminated, it lives so far away that that wouldn't even be a concern. And there is no concern with the water. And I did talk to the water district, and they referred me to the statute. That's what they said. And you know how that works. You know I deal with statutes and titles all the time. And Linda Myers lives over here. I stood in every angle of Linda Myers' home. She cannot see this property if she were the Jolly Green Giant. I mean, it's so far away from her that she can't see it. She doesn't really need to even pass by it to go home if she goes down Anno Road or comes in another way. All the people that live around here, with the exception of these folks here, are in approval. This gentleman across the street, I think, is still kind of wavering, or he may be here tonight, but everybody else is saying, yes, we're in approval, because she has brought down the number of animals. And I think what this lady said, what I was trying to point out is this is 26 feet on a 50 now, that we're arguing over on a 9,000 square foot parcel. So a few feet here and a few feet there, coming close to this. And the neighbor that lives behind her that's most impacted and next to her are in total approval and say this is fine. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And I think what Kim does, and I've lived on horse property up in the Northwest before here, and it is a lifestyle that you buy into. And when it's something that you do every day, and what she does with the nonprofits and with the kids and so forth, is really, really great in this community. So I'm hoping that you'll take all that in consideration and let her work within that, and please allow her to move forward with these applications.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Public comment is closed, and it's time to discuss this as a planning commission. And I guess, well, Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions. And there were comments made about the getting approval from the Water Resources Department, and the Health District referenced the sewer. There was also a comment about paving the parking. I understand this is not a commercial venture, it simply assists a nonprofit, so I don't know if the commercial parking is a true issue. But the other comments, I think there were comments made about a block wall that was supposed to have been erected. Is that, somebody made that? So these are time-consuming elements of approval. And so I would be supportive of approving the request, but have it be for a period of time, perhaps a year, to give the individual adequate time to get through the bureaucracy involved in getting the the water district and the health district to write letters. I have to admit I've got a background as a bureaucrat, and I understand sometimes they don't want to go online, even though they'll just say, read it. And that's what it says. They won't send you a letter saying this is what my interpretation of it. The block wall, don't know how long it would have to be or a willingness to comply with it, but I do think if that was a condition, it should be complied with. If it was a condition, I don't know. We'll have to look at that. And my final and probably the most significant is that if we approve these with the new levels of livestock that's permitted, that be a hard and fast rule. You can't all of a sudden let your heart get a hold of you and bring in another abandoned horse and therefore violate the agreement that implies with your neighbors. And so I want to make sure that that's absolutely clear. So those are my comments, and I'll withhold and listen to see what others have to say.
Okay, thank you. Let me make some comments. I appreciate the fact that you had a neighborhood meeting. I visited Ms. LeClaire's property. I also attended the neighborhood meeting. There were a lot of neighbors there that spoke both for and in opposition to the application. I want to make it clear to everybody that I support the rural lifestyle. I live in the in Nara, and I have a lot of horse property around me. I often wake up to the sound of roosters, and I appreciate and I support that lifestyle. But we've got to keep it within bounds. So let me address each of these items one at a time. As for item 19, the variances that are requested, I can support all of the setback variance requests except the horse corrals being located in the front yard. It is just simply inappropriate. As I was there on the property, it doesn't look right. It doesn't make sense to me. You have plenty of other areas in your yard, including over on the side where the arena is, and I think that needs to be removed. So, with regard to item 19, I can support that if the horse corral is removed. And of course, the conditions must remain in place about the well and the septic, because I agree with the neighbors and their comments on that. As for number 20, the special use permit, your request is too intense for this parcel, in my mind. Even limiting your request down from 22 horses to 15, it's clear to me that it's too many for this small parcel. I think you need to be limited to exactly what the code requires. I would support it. You know, I wouldn't have to support it if you would agree to keep it within what the code allows. So I can't support the request on item 20. As for item 21, I love what you're doing there. I love the Horses for Heroes program. I think you're doing wonderful things for youth, training them, letting them get experiences with horses. They obviously work hard. When I visited, your property looked really good. So as long as you were able to bring everything else into conformity, I would support the SUP on item 21. But, you know, item 20 may be, it is a deal killer for me. So with that, again, I thank you for your neighborhood meeting, and that's where I stand on these.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chairman.
Trying to make sense out of all of this, and I mean the biggest thing is this is addressed off of and let me just look at something before I make the wrong comment. So this is addressed off of Rome versus Helen, which, you know, if we follow typical Title 19 standards, it would be addressed off the side with the smaller frontage. So the horse corrals being in the front yard really shouldn't be in the front yard. They should be in the side yard. And whenever I went by there, seeing the horse corrals and the riding arena they have in their backyard backed up to the riding arena just to the property to the east of them. and then just to the southeast and everything else. I didn't have a problem with the two-foot waiver for the horse shade structure, the well house, many of the setbacks, such as you. I know you had a couple of concerns with a few of the setbacks. I will agree that, even going from 22 down to 15 horses is probably a little bit much. If we could figure out some happy median between 7 and 15, I might be able to hop on board with that. And then 21, I have no issue with. Thank you. No further questions, comments.
Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the chairman as far as item number 19. I don't believe the horse corral should be in the front yard. I'm fine with everything else. You'll get my support if you pull the horse corral to the front yard. Item number 20, to me, is problematical because you're doubling what the code allows. I have no problem giving you a few more horses on there or allowing a few more horses if my fellow commissioners agree to it. I could agree up to probably to 12 horses on that property. I don't think 15. I think when we double the amount on the code, I just think it's excessive. Item 21, I'm completely fine with. I definitely agree with the chairman on that as well. So my only heartburn are the two things I mentioned, the horse corral in the front, and I think you just got a few too many horses on there.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just so I'm specific, when we're talking about the horse corral in the front, we're talking about the one on the intersection of Helen and Rome. Is that correct?
It is.
Oh, okay.
And the applicant, I know she takes issue with this. She uses it as a turnout paddock, but the city looks at it as a horse corral.
And just for my own clarification, can you define horse or turnout paddock?
Yeah, it's, Kim, why don't you come up and just answer that question, please?
It's an area in the front that we use for rotating horses. I've got some young horses that I keep out there for the majority of the time because they get stall crazy. And young horses need to have exercise and they need to keep moving. They're not completely in the program yet, but they're getting ready to be moved into the program. So that's why they have more exercise out front than what I could give them by putting them in the lesson program. We also use it for rehabilitation of injured horses if they need to go out and be in an open area so that they can roll or walk or whatever. It's kind of a rehabilitation area for them. And we do rotate, just not as often as I'd like to lately because I've not been allowed to give lessons. So those younger horses have been out there more times than not.
Thank you.
I have a photo here of the property
Mr.
if you want
Chairman,
to.
if I may, could they not do this, or if I may ask them a question, could you not do this in the arena in the back versus the turnout paddock?
Well, we use the arena for riding and instruction. So you can't have a horse turned out whenever you've got kids riding and being taught how to ride.
Thank you. No further questions.
Commissioner Cherry.
Through the chair, question for the applicant. And I stand with the other commissioners on their comments on 19. And the question on 20 is if let's say it is approved at 12, what's a reasonable amount of time that you could get in compliance to get there? Is this a 3-month thing, a 6-month thing?
It's not easy to get rid of horses.
Agreed.
And many of these horses have been in a situation where they've been in a slaughter pipeline, and some of them are quite old. So through attrition, I would like to be given the benefit of the doubt. I've got some 26, 27, and 28-year-old horses that this is their plan B. This is all they've got. I need additional horses to rotate. When I've got kids riding one horse and then somebody else coming in to ride that same horse.
So Kim, can I
they
cut
get
you
burned
off?
out.
The question was, how long would it take you
It would-
if there was
I-
an agreement?
So you're asking if we would go from 15 horses, which you've agreed to 12. So you're saying if we could go from 15 to 12, that would be something that
Possibly.
would...
Possibly 6 months, 6 months, if that would be acceptable. That would give me time to find adequate homes. I do have one that's listed for sale right now. I've got some active people looking at him, so that's a possibility rather quickly.
That's fine.
Yeah,
So you
so-
said
Thank
6 months.
Yeah, yeah, about 6
Commissioner
months,
Cherry.
3 to
Thank you.
6 months, but at least.
No more.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like you, I am a resident of a rural neighborhood. Mine happens to be located right in the middle of town, Martin Luther King in Washington. And when my family moved into our home in the 70s, there were horse stables in our backyard. My neighbors across the street have horses, and often see people riding around our neighborhood in horses. There's goats, there's roosters. I wake up with roosters as well. And so I am a fan of the rural neighborhood, yet I'm not necessarily a fan if one of my neighbors had a corral in their front yard. I think that would be way too much, and I wouldn't appreciate that from a neighbor's standpoint. In addition, we talk about the intensity of the number of animals out of there. Even if we took the number of horses from 15 to 12, you have to realize that they still have almost 4 times as many goats as allotted for Title 19.12. There's also mini horse, and there's also an alpaca there, which it's just too intense. I understand what you're doing, but you're just trying to put too much on one property. If I was a neighbor there, I wouldn't appreciate that. I also deal with feces, and I deal with the flies, and we have to have. I go out to the special store to get the spray that goes around my house that you use to keep the flies away, and we still have a big problem with flies. We have, you can smell it, which is where I live, but to add more and to create such an intensity would bring in more of those issues as well. So I think you're trying to put too much on that property. I can't support that, and I think that a corral in the front is unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Is animal control here? Can I ask a question about what is there at the property by way of animals, and which of those animals are allowed and which are not under city code? Please.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Levitt with City of Las Vegas Animal Control. As of last Thursday, Kim had 19 horses, 1 mini horse, 11 goats, 1 alpaca, 2 potbelly pigs, and at least 25 chickens.
Okay. And of those, only the horses are allowed with a maximum of 7, and goats with a maximum of 7 as well?
Correct. If I misspoke, I'm hearing behind me, there were 15 horses, 1 mini horse for a total of 16. So if I misspoke, I apologize.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I think we have exhausted this, and I'm willing to entertain a motion.
If I may, Mr. Chairman. On item number 19, which is VAR 61046, I move for approval with the condition that there will be no horse corral in the front yard.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. LeClaire, I need you to come to the microphone and state that you would agree to remove that turnout paddock or horse corral from the front yard.
Yes, absolutely. I could move it to the side yard, absolutely.
And then, Peter, do you want to propose a condition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The horse corrals located in the front yard are not approved and shall be removed.
Okay, very good. And again, you are in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay. Motion is to approve item 19. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, we probably need to put a time frame on that removal from the front yard.
Okay. Modified condition?
At your discretion of what you think is a reasonable amount of time, I would just add on to the end of the condition, the horse corrals located within the front yard are not approved and shall be removed within
90 days?
90 days, okay.
Okay, within 90 days. Please vote. That motion carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Quinn.
Mr. Chairman, for item number 20, which is SUP 61047, I'm going to move to approve with these limitations on it, that there will be no more than 12 horses, and that you've got 90 days in which to reduce it down from 15 or 16 that you have now down to 12, and that there will be no more than 8 goats on the property, and I think that covers it.
Okay, so do we first need to hear a condition?
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify, and the alpaca was one of the other asks.
And the pigs.
Well, we've got the alpaca, we've got the pigs.
The mini horse.
We've also got the miniature horse.
Regarding the pigs, they're not advertised as part of this application. In addition, I think Title VII states that if the pigs are over 120 pounds, they're not considered domesticated animals. And if I'm correct, are they just simply prohibited?
They can have one pig under 120 pounds.
She'll need to come to the mic.
Okay, so what Animal Control just said was that there are permitted one pot-bellied pig under 120 pounds with the issuance of a license from Animal Control.
Okay. Ms. LeClaire, these are big changes, so I need to know that you would agree to the conditions stated and with the motion proposed by Commissioner Flangus.
Before you go on that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask the city attorney to opine on whether we can even deal with the pot-bellied pig issue.
If it's not an agenda item, you probably should hold off on that one.
Okay.
If I may see if I can clarify the condition of approval. The animal keeping and husbandry use shall be limited to a maximum of 12 horses within 60 days, 1 alpaca, and 8 goats.
And 1 mini horse.
Okay.
I think it was 90 days, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Sorry, correct that to 90 days.
All right. And what about the miniature horse, Peter? Does that include, is that included as part of the 12 horses?
That was my motion to include that as part of the 12 horses.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I have one point of clarification? The number of goats is 7, and if I remember looking at the backup material where it says that I guess I can't, oh yeah.
What?
Doesn't it say that there is, I guess I can't get to it. Oh, maybe I can. The number of goats was not based off of the 7,000 or 500 feet, but it was 5,000, so that 1912, 19.12. I can't seem to get out of my, I have my voting screen up and I can't get out of it. I just want to verify the number of goats is accurate based off of Title 19.12. That's 7. I thought the math that I saw was 2.8 per. Am I making sense?
So you think that there should be less goats than 7?
Well, I was looking at the Title 19.12. I can't get back to the screen, but I thought it stated that it was less intensity for goats, and there are horses was 7 based off of the total square footage, 7.49, and if I'm correct, maybe it's 2.8 for goats.
I have it here.
Yeah, but I can't go back to the, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I can offer some clarification on this. It's no more than 3 sheep or goats may be kept for each 20,000 square feet of land in the building site.
Okay, so 3 per 20,000, this is 56,000, okay.
59,000.
Right.
So that makes sense, that's 7. But the
59,000.
the motion is for 8.
Thank
So,
you.
again, let me ask you, do you agree to the conditions as stated?
Would that be for the 8 goats?
It would be the proposal, the motion is for 8 goats where 7 are allowed.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, just let me clarify everything because it was going back and forth a little bit here.
Yes.
Okay, my motion is to allow 12 horses, no more than 12 horses. That includes the mini horse. And you have 90 days in which to get your herd down to 12. My motion also includes to allow a maximum of 8 goats or sheep, or a combination thereof. My motion is also to allow the alpaca. My understanding is the potbelly pig is not before us, and so we really can't rule on it. So based on those are the 3 elements of my motion.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. That motion carries. And finally, item 21.
And Mr. Chairman, hopefully this is the easy one. Item number 21, SUP 61183. Move to approve.
Motion is to approve item 21. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 19, 20, and 21 will be heard at the City Council meeting on May 18th, 2016.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Thank you all.
Commissioner Carrere, regarding item 20, the clerk did not receive your vote. What was your vote?
Was it a nay vote?
Nay?
I voted? Yes. For 20, correct?
For 20, yes.
Yes.
All right. With the nay vote, that item still that motion still carries. Moving on to item 25. This is also an abeyance item, including re-notification of the SDR 62361. The applicant owner is ProView Series 31 LLC for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 5-story mixed-use development, including 1,188 square feet of commercial space and 48 multifamily residential units, with waivers of downtown Centennial Plan architectural design and site utility standards on the east side of 4th Street, north of Garces Avenue in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. May we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the development does not integrate adequate parking facilities on site and therefore must supplement parking by providing off-site facilities. At this time, there is no agreement in place for off-site facilities. Furthermore, the proposed development seeks to place above-ground utility appurtenances within the streetscape portion of the public right-of-way instead of within the building footprint, and therefore creating pedestrian impediments and visual nuisance within the downtown area. The development is therefore not compatible with the subject site, and staff recommends denial. If approved, staff would request a condition be added stating all above-ground utility appurtenances are to be placed within the building footprint, and that condition number 4, which grants a waiver to allow above-ground utilities within the right-of-way, be deleted. Please note that an additional letter of support has been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Your names and addresses, please.
My name is Lai Dow, 1925 Village Center Circle Drive, 89134. And then I'm representing the owner of ProView Series, Adam and Cameron Follad. And they're at
1150.
Go ahead.
1115 South Casino Center Boulevard, Unit 3, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Go ahead, sir. Your name and address,
okay.
too.
Yeah.
Right behind you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Cameron Foulard, manager of ProView Series.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I want to start off by just giving you a brief synopsis of the project. It's a 5-story mixed-use project, low-rise. On the first level, we have over 1,100 square feet of office use and 19 parking spaces inside the parking structure. Above that, we have 4 stories of apartment living consisting of 16 studios, 16 one-bedroom units and 16 two-story or two-bedroom units. On top of that, we have a roof terrace for the residents to use. The project's right on Garces, or 4th Street between Garces and Barnaville, so directly across the Jewel loft. This project's inside the office core in the downtown Centennial plan. We're asking for a parking waiver on this project based on, we did an exhibit. If you can zoom in on the exhibit here that we did, a parking. It's within a 5-minute walking distance of the project and not crossing Las Vegas Boulevard because, residents probably not going to cross Las Vegas Boulevard if they're living there. So we calculated the street parking around the vicinity within a 5-minute walking distance. And I came up with 189 street parking spaces on the street level. We're, with the advent of Uber, Lyft, the RTC, part of the bike share program that the RTC is implementing, and also bicycle paths, we're probably the top 5 cities in this nation with bicycle lanes in our city. And I know Cameron and Adam, they're in the committee, the downtown design committee that was just presented earlier. And they're a real integral part of downtown. They own approximately 100 units now, apartment living units currently, and then also boutique motels. Adam and Cameron are part of the Five Points committee also for the Lower East Fremont development. They're really active in the community. What we want to do is, just present to you guys the parking waiver that we're requesting, that we do have 19 parking spaces in the garage. It'll be a premium. We're renting to residents long-term, knowing they're going to know that, yes, there is no parking in here, but they live and play and work downtown. They do have a lot of units existing that a lot of residents are coming in. They don't have cars. They have bicycles. They take alternative forms of transportation like Uber and Lyft, and that helps, put boots on the streets, basically, to manage the office core at nighttime when all the office professionals leave work. And it helps, the residents help overlook the neighborhood. It helps beautify it, keeps crime low. I know there's a lot of discussion about the suburbs saying, downtown is not pedestrian friendly. It's scary to walk downtown at night. It's not if there's residents visiting, LaFoe and places like that in the Jewel. So that's one of the waiver requests that we're talking about. The other waiver request is water meters, above ground water meters. We see them all inside the office core. There's, plenty of these water meters. They're 18 inches by 24 inches by 18 inches off the ground. They're the green water meter boxes that you see throughout downtown, especially in the office core. And they're in the amenity zone. The amenity zone is basically the 5 feet of amenities that you're allowed to put in there, like street lights, benches, trees, trash cans, bike racks, even water meters. You see them everywhere. And we do have a 15-foot sidewalk in front of our property. 5 feet of it is designated for pedestrian, 5 feet for amenity zone, and then the other 5 feet is extra sidewalk and landscaping. With that in mind, I want to, request Chairman and the commissioners to approve these 2 waivers for parking and the above-ground water meters.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
As you see, we have tried to maximize the number of parking on the first floors. There is no other way we can increase the number of parking.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this. If you'll step back, I'm going to open this for public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard on item 25? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and open this for discussion on the Planning Commission. Let's start with the Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on this particular item, let me get down to the proper section. It seems like the Las Vegas Valley Water District provided the following comment. This parcel is not currently served by the Las Vegas Valley Water District. The proposed development will require the backflow prevention device and 4th Street. Facilities cannot be placed within the building or room. Suggested to meet with Las Vegas Valley Water District, discuss the site plan. The applicant met with the Water District and the applicant has met with the Water District, which supports the city's requirement for location of above-ground utilities on site. So I'm just kind of trying to figure out how you're getting an RPDA on your own property, but you're not getting an RPPA on your own property. What's the distinction between a RPDA and a RPPA?
So the RPDA is the bigger fire.
And I know the difference between RPDA and RPPA.
Yep.
But what's the difference in them allowing the RPDA and RPPA to be within the building?
So they're allowing, so we have to put the RPDA inside our property, which we abide by. We met with them talking about the RPDA, which are the 2 smaller water meters, and they say, you know, that's done throughout downtown office core. You see them everywhere. That's permissible. With them speaking with them, they said, you know, yes, that we do that everywhere. So with that in mind, if we put all of the utilities inside our property, it's going to take about
less parking. You're gonna have
less parking, and it's gonna take out a lot of our office components also.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I know that and believe me, when I first moved here 12 years ago and built my first project, and I put a couple of transformers in the amenity zone and this and that, and I thought, you know, I'm not going to fight the developer and this and that. Looking back on it 12 years ago, I made the wrong decision. I mean, the city is right. I mean, they should never let me do that. I mean, it doesn't look good. The communities that I built, or the community that I built, shows up on every last slideshow that the plan department has. It says, do you like this or do you like this? And they show my project as, you don't want this. And so
can you show the project, the new theater coming in? They have the RPDA and the 2 water meter boxes on the amenity zone that we spoke about. We did comply by putting the RPDA inside our property line.
Which is very big.
Which is very big, that we do put inside our property line.
So gentlemen, I'm going to have you limit your comments unless a question's made. Right now, as I understand the Vice Chair, he's just making comments.
Okay, we'll stand by.
I mean, I'd like to see if there's a way where, I mean, we can have some kind of discussion, workshop between the planning department and the community, the development, bring in the water district to figure out if there's a way that we can dress up these RPDAs and RPPAs. I mean, we had a particular project where we didn't want to see the big 6-foot by 6-foot RPDA, which is for everybody out in the audience that doesn't know what that is. It's just basically a big 6-inch line for backflow device for a fire riser, and it's hideous. And basically, we designed these gates to where during the day you open them and it hides it, and then during the night you close the gates, and if anything happens, the water district can get in, repair their services. So there's a lot of unique ways to address this. I would say I don't have a problem with the project. I mean, overall, I mean, I've been to the APA in Seattle last year with the chairman and several members from the planning department, and a few weeks ago to Phoenix with the director and deputy director and quite a few people from the planning department. And, you know, as we see growth, and We see more residential and commercial coming online in these major cities and metropolitan areas, and Dallas and New York, and all of these areas. We don't always have the adequate amount of parking. And then we see parking garages coming in, things such as that. You're only shooting yourself in the foot if you don't have enough parking. So, and so the biggest thing is, I would say, deletion of condition number 4, or just restate condition number 4 to work with the Water District and work with city planning staff to come up with either a way to maybe make this more decorative as a sculpture over the top of the RPPA, or to find a way to put it on the inside of the building, but just putting the standard enclosure out in the amenity zone. That's not what's really going to beautify our downtown Centennial plan. I love your building, I love what you're doing, but would y'all be open to some sort of amended condition?
Can I approach it? The difference between RPPN and RPDA,
No. We're just, the question is, would you agree?
The size is the matter. The domestic water, which is for 1-inch water versus 6-inch, is extremely small. And right now, everywhere in the city, we see them in the sidewalk. And water department has brought to our attention, and the architect, that this is what everybody is doing. It shouldn't be any problem. If we take it inside, because of the...
Hang on, let me stop you. The question was whether you were agreeable to an amended condition as stated.
Yes, to make it more, not, I guess, not a big green box or a green box on the ground, but to make it more decorative. Is that what Trinity's trying to say? To dress it up a little bit more?
Mr. Chairman, I would state amend the condition to either be able to put it below ground, on site.
They don't let, the water department doesn't let us do that. We can't put it underground. As a matter of fact, the old one was underground. They are bringing them up.
Okay, I would amend the condition, or I would just say that I mean, as of right now, I mean, we don't have any standards in place on how to make these things just kind of blend in. So it's kind of hard for us to sit up here, you know, tonight and just discuss how to make this blend in with the different amenities within the 5-foot amenity zone. So I'd like to hear everybody else's.
Mr. Chair?
Through the chair, and with Commissioner Schlotman, it's my understanding they're all over downtown because they had to go in and retrofit them and bring them above, which wasn't something that people necessarily wanted in the area, look-wise or have to do. I will say in the project that we did further to the south, we were able to bring in both pieces into the property with an easement to the water district to be able to service it, and it was above ground. Am I hearing that they're saying that they're not allowing you to do that now?
So they won't let us put the RPDA in ground anymore. They're making us put it above ground.
Would they let you do it within your property line with an easement?
Yeah, we can do it within the property line, but then that takes away a lot of our square footage for office, and that won't be a mixed-use project, and then also takes away parking too, because it's a big.
I understand the hardship. It's just there's a flip side to where now you're adding more things to 4th Street in a pedestrian area, in an area where we have every parade and more future growth, and I understand why Commissioner Schlotman's saying that it would be nice if it's more decorative or a way to kind of hide what we're looking at every day. I don't know if that can be achieved, but I know I've had to deal with the hardship, and we had to make it work within our project. So with the other with the other waiver, I have no problem with the parking waiver, and I think the project is great, but I do have some heartache with going outside with that. Thank you.
May I approach the microphone?
No, sir. You ready to craft a motion, Commissioner Schlotman?
Mr. Chairman, through you, question for the plan director or plan manager, Peter Lowenstein. Is there any way that we could craft some motion that states that either they come up with some sort of decorative design for this RPPA something artistic that's approvable by the plan manager or plan director? And if not, then they need to find a place on site to locate this RPPA.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Commissioner Schlottman, is it the RPPA or the RPDA? I thought it was the RPDA is the concern.
The RPDA is a 6 foot by 6 foot by almost 4 or 5 feet tall device that is already located inside the building. They're talking about a 12-inch by 18-inch by 18-inch device, which is our PPA, going out in the amenity zone.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to clarify, there's 2 of them.
2 of them, 2 RPPAs. The RPDA is already on site.
Okay, I had heard that the RPDA was going in the right-of-way, which is a major concern, as has been discussed. Mr. Lowenstein?
As clarified by the Vice Chairman, the RPDA is in the building footprint. The RPPAs are being requested to be incorporated into the building footprint, and the Water District said they would revisit it as far as the clearance requirements, and as they've said that it is a possibility, but it does have its drawbacks to the client's project. As far as creating some kind of box that's amenable to both the Water District and the Planning Department, I'm sure there's some language that could be crafted for that, but the preference is to have it outside of the right-of-way altogether.
Commissioner Cherry, any further comments on, making it decorative versus trying to find a location on site?
I feel like there's some great architects. You're probably one of them. There's got to be a way that you can craft a way to bring it within the site and still find enough retail that you need or office that'll suffice. Maybe that's shortening up your lobby entry point just a little bit. It looks like there's a couple feet that things could slide over there. So I will support the planning waiver, but I won't be supporting the waiver to put the RPPA on the outside, the RPPAs. I'm happy to make a motion if you need.
Please do.
Can I approach the microphone, please?
No, sir.
We're just on item 25. On item 25, excuse me, item 25, SDR 62361, to make a motion to approve the waiver of parking. And is it a separate item for the RPPA? No. I would make a motion that the RPPAs will not be allowed in the right-of-way and would have to be put within the site plan.
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify the condition, that would result in the deletion of number 4, condition number 4, which currently reads, a waiver from section 7.8.1 of the Downtown Centennial Plan is hereby approved to allow above-ground utilities in the right-of-way where not allowed along the street frontage. So that would eliminate that condition, allowing the waiver, as well as the addition of a condition saying all above-ground utility appurtenances are to be placed within the building footprint.
Through the chair, so a correction, it's a motion to approve with deletion of item number 4, as stated.
And the additional condition as stated by Mr. Lowenstein.
Correct.
Okay, very good. Let me ask the applicant, are you in agreement to those, to the deletion of condition number 4 and the additional condition as stated by staff?
I want to kind of address the clearance issues. Is it yes or no?
It's not going to work, Your Honor.
Okay, then it's going to be a no?
No, the entire front going to get destroyed because there's distances between each devices. When you put them in a row, It has to be in the front so the crane can reach for maintenance.
I
When you put it in
understand.
the
So,
front,
so,
the
so
entire
hang on.
front is gonna go away.
Let me just ask you then. The motion that has been made deletes condition number 4 and adds the condition as stated. And I need to know yes or no whether you would agree to that.
Can we look out to see if we can fit it in?
Would you like us?
When we were this with the civil engineer, it didn't work.
Here's what we could do. We could obey this for 30 days until our next planning commission meeting. That would give you opportunities to revisit this, to speak, with an architect, maybe even the city. Is that what you'd like to do?
Definitely. Because if you do it inside, it's not gonna work.
Okay. So the applicant has now requested a 30-day abeyance. Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Cherry?
So I'd like to withdraw my motion for approval and make a motion for abeyance on the
Okay.
item
Thank you. The motion is to obey item 25.
to May 10th.
To the May 10 Planning Commission meeting. Please vote.
I have a quick question before Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question? I know they're going to obey it, so they can come back with anything. Is the intention to also maintain the 19 parking spots if we do bring the RPDA on site and maintain the 19, so there's some direction?
The
Because
parking
because-
stands as the application.
Okay, because he had
exists now.
stated that if we did that, it would take away the parking, and I just
No.
want to make sure that,
No, not necessarily.
okay, great, thank you.
Okay, motion is to obey the item to the May 10 Planning Commission meeting. Please vote.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've been going 2 hours now. We are going to take a 10, 15-minute recess, and we'll see you back then.
Oh, my goodness.
We're here till 4 a.m.
Item 25 already.
Scott. I got it. I never know where it is, that's my problem.
Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is called back to order. I've noticed over the last couple hours that it's grown increasingly warmer in here, so I'm instituting a no-coat rule for the remainder of the meeting for the planning commissioners, and the director has told me that that goes for staff as well. I need to ask for order. Thank you. We are now at related items 28, 29, 30, and 31. Item 28 is an abeyance item, VAR 63098. The applicant is D.R. Horton Incorporated. The owner is the Bureau of Land Management of the United States government. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 1.13 street connectivity ratio where 1.30 is the minimum required at the southwest corner of Tropical Parkway and Michelle Crest Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 29 is VAR 63259 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow no curb, gutter, or sidewalks on Michelle Crest Way, Antique Ridge Court, Shine Ridge Court, El Campo Grande Avenue, Tropical Parkway east of Alpine Ridge Way, as well as non-standard curbs in the public right-of-way to allow 3-foot valley gutters instead of L curbs on Antique Ridge Court and Shrine Ridge Court, where complete street standards are required in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 30 is WVR 63099 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 177-foot and 218-foot external intersection offsets where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no streetlights on Michelle Crest Way, Antique Ridge Court, Shrine Ridge Court, El Campo Grande Avenue, and Tropical Parkway east of Alpine Ridge Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 31 is TMP 63100 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 49-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. May I please have a staff report?
Mr. Chairman, staff notes that this is vacant, undeveloped site, and there is no hardship which would preclude the applicant from designing the site in such a way to allow compliance with the city standards. Therefore, staff recommends denial of all applications. If approved, the Department of Public Works would like to add an additional condition of approval. Please note additional letters of support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get an idea how many people are here to speak on these items? Raise your hands. Okay, very good. Good evening, Mr. Gronauer.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton in this matter. And if I could get your attention to the overhead, I could, and if we zoom out a little bit, there we go. Thank you. First thing I'd like to do is orient you to the location of this property. For all of you, I'm going to refresh your memory because I stood before you about 2 to 3 months ago on this piece of property. It is approximately 25 acres. I'm showing you on the overhead here. This is a purchase of a BLM parcel, as you're aware, by D.R. Horton. The property is bounded by Tropical Parkway. You have Alpine Ridge Way that goes through the middle of the property here, as I'm showing you. Down to the south is El Campo Grande, and you have Michelle Crest Way, which is on the east of our property line, as I'm showing you here. The discussion from a few months ago was the issue on the rezoning of the property itself, about we were coming in with RD lots in this area here on 10 acres, which would be on the west side of Alpine Ridge, and on the east side of Alpine Ridge on 15 acres. Although we were coming in with RD zoning, we told you we're coming in with the RE lots itself, the minimum 20,000 square foot lots. Tonight, we are coming through with a tentative map. We are also coming through with a waiver of the intersection requirements and 2 variances for the connectivity ratio, and really for the bigger one, which we're here to really discuss tonight, is the waiver of offsites. As you all can appreciate, with respect to development in the rural neighborhood preservation area, over the last year or so, you've seen a number of applications requesting in rural neighborhood areas requesting to defer or waive the off-site improvements, which is a curb, gutter, streetlights, et cetera, on the streets itself in rural neighborhood preservation areas. we've had numerous discussions, and you're going to have many more discussions in the future as the city annexes more property in the northwest, that you're going to run into these issues where you have these developments that are going to be approved in RNP or rural neighborhood areas, where we're going to have to come back in as of tonight subsequently to request for those offsites. So simply put, we held the matter that was scheduled at the last town board, and the reason it was so we could meet with the neighbors in the area. It was a mixture of many of the county folk that live out in this area and some of the people who live in the city property also. We had the discussion of what we were proposing to do here to make sure everybody is on the same page. I believe the couple of neighbors that are here are to speak in support of what we are trying to accomplish here. So in short, what we're asking for is a waiver of offsites, which would encompass El Campo Grande, Michelli Crestway, Tropical Parkway, all along the east side of Alpine Ridge, along with the internal streets that we're proposing to construct in this area. The rationale is, as you can see, everything on this side of Alpine Ridge is in a rural neighborhood preservation area, and if we were to put any streetlights, sidewalk, etc., all the other improvements there, it would not match the area itself. On this side, we mentioned on Tropical Parkway that we're going to be putting the offsites improvements in. However, there was some discussion about streetlights. The neighbors wanted to make sure that we didn't have any streetlights out there because it's a dark area. They like to keep it dark. We're totally in agreement with them. I know some of the neighbors are going to come up and mention about Alpine Ridge Way, about deferring and maybe stubbing future streetlight locations in this area. We're comfortable with it. I know the neighbors are going to come up and mention that. So essentially, the applications that are before you is staff is recommending denial of the 2 variances, but as Public Works has mentioned about the waiver of the intersection distance separation, they're in support, but because Public Works is in support, but because of the variances were recommended for denial, they recommended that for denial. The tentative map meets your code requirements. We're not asking for any variances on our lots or setbacks, etc. So that is also in compliance, but because of the 2 variances that I wanted to mention up front is the reason why the other 2 applications were recommended for denial. But essentially, this is a similar applications that you have seen in the past and that you're going to see in the future as we go through and develop in rural neighborhood areas to make sure that the offsites itself are waived, such as this project. So that being said, I could answer any other questions that you may have, or I could address any issues that come up in public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Those people wishing to speak, will you please come up and line up behind the microphones? Good evening.
Good evening. Just a minute, please.
Name and address, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Mark Bloom, 10175 West Tropical Parkway, which is about a half a block east of this parcel. And appreciate the time to speak. Before I begin, I'm representing over 100 neighbors, so I would ask for just a little bit more time than allotted because I'm speaking for them, and I'll make it kind of brief.
If I give you 5 minutes,
That'll work.
Is that sufficient?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
We'll put the timer on for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I stand before you representing many of these neighbors who cannot be here, and what we have and what I've submitted both to Mr. Perigo and through the same fax number that the cards go to is a petition with 135 signatures, 135 in this rural area, and I have those with me. I can give you more copies for the record, but they have been faxed to you, in support of D.R. Horton. Mr. Gronauer has had several meetings with us. There have been over 100 of us in attendance. That's a lot of people in a rural area. And we are absolutely behind the builder, the developer, about these items before you tonight. Instead of one of the reasons we're behind you is because all of us, for the most part, did our due diligence when we bought the land and built our homes. We built them in the RNP. I understand this is now annexed, so it's not really RNP, but the whole thing is surrounded by RNP. That's why this is so near and dear to us. And streetlights, ladies and gentlemen, would absolutely destroy what's left of this little piece of paradise in this town. Whereas there's not much, and any lighting is just going to blow it right out of the water, and we spent a lot of money to move there to avoid this. There are no streetlights in this area, with the exception of one lonesome street line on Alpine Ridge, which should have never gone in, and many people would like removed. If I could please, I've never done this with the zoom in. I've got some pictures here.
Yeah, just put what you have down and
Beautiful.
kind of center what you'd like us to look at.
Okay, this is, and I'll point to them if you could zoom in possibly. This is Michelle Crest and Ann Road.
You'll need to move that to the center if you'd like them to zoom in on it.
Yeah, you got to give me a break here.
Maybe you could, there you
Please
go.
grant me some additional time for the
Perfect.
centering.
Perfect.
Michelle Crest and Ann Road, no lighting, no improvements. Michelle Crest, I'm getting pretty good at this. Michelle Crest, El Campo Drive, no lighting. Spoke too soon. Alpine Ridge and Ann Road, no lighting, no improvements, with the exception of one that I'll show you. Here is Alpine Ridge. We're heading north, and you can see that there is development going on. Guess what? No lighting. Alpine Ridge and Corbett heading still a little bit north. Oops. And it's a little hard to see, but there is one lonesome street light that has no business being there. Now, ladies, and really, it's in the county and the RNP. Now, ladies and gentlemen, one light does not set a precedent in this entire huge area. The precedent is really no lights. Lighting is not in keeping with the characterization of the existing neighborhood and will set a horrible and devastating precedent. As Mr. Gronauer stated, we've met them several times as a neighborhood and have come to agreement, compromise, and consensus. The builder's not asking for these items. The current neighbors don't want these items. And to force us to have these items really just, it logically makes no sense. It really doesn't. It's going to open up a can of worms where now the RNP will be, pardon the pun, flooded with lights. What we have here is similar to an out-of-court settlement where both parties came together, formed an agreement, agreed to it, and are coming to you with the agreement, which is kind of unheard of here because that usually doesn't happen, as we heard tonight. So we are coming to you as a community and a builder telling you, we've done most of the legwork, we're together on this, if you could support it. The second item, and it's very brief, is the tentative map that Mr. Gronauer spoke of. There is a little bit of an issue, it's going to be a big issue with Tropical Parkway, because that's a rural street, and Tropical Parkway now stops at Michelle Crest. Mr. Gronauer and I have spoken, and we would like to look at the tentative map and see about how that could be vacated so that Tropical Parkway does not run all the way up, almost to the Beltway. It'll become a freeway down to the Walmart and Home Depot. And that's not what anybody needs. It's a little tiny rural street. So the vacation of Tropical is something I would appreciate looking at. In conclusion, we ask, we beg, we plead with you not to ruin this little bit of area and let the process work where we, the people, bring to you, the government, the consensus and the agreement with the builder. Thank you.
Anyone? Yes, Director?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to confirm from Mr. Bloom, I did receive your email, and I did submit your email to the clerk's office for the record.
Okay, may I, and if I would like, I have hard copies I could submit also if that helps you.
It's already been submitted, so there's no need.
With the 135 signatures?
You can submit that, absolutely.
Yeah, I've got 135 people.
Yeah, we'll take that from you and make it part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wish to be heard on these items? Mr. Gronauer, I'll give you a brief rebuttal. Not that there needs to be a rebuttal.
No, I actually have 2 quick points.
Yes.
Number one is we worked out a condition with staff that they're going to put into the record about potentially putting a 4-way stop sign on Tropical and Michelle Crest. My understanding is there was an accident there within the last week or two. There's a condition to address that. The neighbors asked us to address it. We wanted to make sure we addressed it. And then I guess the final point that I'm going to make before I turn it over, I guess next time I should learn my lesson. I'm going to have Mr. Bloom come up and do my presentation because he did a 10 times better job than I did, and I should have just shut up and just introduced him to make my case. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll close the public hearing and open this for comments on the Planning Commission. First of all, let me say I really appreciate the good work of the neighbors and Mr. Gronauer. I like the compromise of a split parcel from RD and RE. It buffers the rural residents, and I think it's great. You answered my question about the four-way stop. You're working out a condition on that. I do have a question for Public Works, and that is, can we waive a rolled curb? My concern is about drainage and, street sweeping. If we had to put something there, where would it be? What is the city's recommendation?
Mr. Chairman, right now, the current conditions, if you look at the conditions of the variance, so let's see, that's, I think item 29 is the variance, and it basically says construct the full width of the pavement and the L-type rolled curb and gutter on Tropical Parkway, Michelle Crest, and El Campo Grande. This is condition number 6. Unless otherwise specifically allowed in the approved drainage study. So we're kind of pushing it to the drainage study, but
Okay,
we think
so we're
that-
covered. I'm satisfied with that.
Okay.
And we're fine with that. I mean, those are standard conditions that we should expect in a development community. We have accepted going through the drainage study and working with your staff on those.
And then you have agreed to stub out the lights along Alpine
Yes.
Ridge, even though we're not putting them up.
Yes.
Okay.
But we're not putting them up, okay? I want to make that clear.
I got it. All right, you'll see my support on these. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am in agreement with everything here. I have no problem with anything, with the exception of sidewalks on Tropical and Alpine. This is a rural area. However, Alpine and Tropical both have sidewalks currently. And going down the street today, I've seen an elderly person on a little stroller in the street because there wasn't any sidewalk to. So for us to say that we're just not going to provide sidewalks because they're not there now, I don't think that's the right public policy that we need to be putting in place. So you won't see my support on that particular item.
Anyone else? Commissioner Quinn?
No, if everybody's ready, I'll make the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, before we make the motion, there was the added condition I needed to add for the four-way stop.
Yes, and which item does that attach
It'd
to?
be on item 31 on the tentative map.
Add the four-way stop?
Yeah, I have a condition I can read in for
Thank you.
for that, if you're ready for it.
Please do.
It'd be, if approved by Clark County Public Works, construct an all-way stop at the intersection of Tropical Parkway and Michelle Crest prior to opening Tropical Parkway west of Michelle Crest. The all-way stop shall have integral solar-powered red LEDs.
Okay, very good. Does the applicant agree to that condition?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Starting with abeyance, item number 28, 63098, I'm going to make the recommendation for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Okay, the motion is to approve item 28. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 29.
Thank you. Regarding item 29, variance 63259, I'm going to make the motion for approval following all of staff's recommendations.
Please vote. Item 29 is also approved.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 30, abeyance waiver 63099. I make the motion for approval following any of staff's recommendations.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. And moving on to 31, TMP 63100. I make the motion for approval with the addition condition that Lucian read into the record regarding the four-way stop.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion carries.
Thank you, commissioners, and I want to thank the neighbors for working with us on this matter.
Mr. Chairman, items 28, 29, 30, and 31 will be heard at City Council meeting on May 18th, 2016. Thank you.
Item 32 is an abeyance item, VAR 63080. The applicant owner is MAG Rodriguez and Merari Barones Landa for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 22-foot front yard setback for a porte-cochere where 30 feet is required, to allow a 27-foot front yard setback where the principal dwelling, for the principal dwelling where 50 feet is required, and to allow a 23-foot rear yard setback where 35 feet is required for a proposed single-family detached dwelling at 1110 Strong Drive in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a variance to amend the front and rear yard setback requirements for a proposed single-family dwelling. This item was held in abeyance at the March 8th Planning Commission meeting so that the applicant could hold a neighborhood meeting, which was held on March 29th at the West Charleston Library. No substantial evidence has been presented to warrant the requested variance. Therefore, this is considered a self-imposed hardship, as the applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site itself. Staff recommends denial of this request as the proposed design is not appropriate for or compatible with the adjacent surrounding uses. Please note that additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Michael Osborne, 6955 North Durango. Thank you very much for hearing this, Commissioners. We were here a month ago, and we did hold a neighborhood meeting. There were 17 people in attendance at the neighborhood meeting. There were many questions for us.
Let me just stop you there. Who is here tonight? It's got 6 of you. Okay. I'm going to, 7, it looks like. I'm going to put a timer on you since we did hear this last month. I'm going to limit the initial remarks to 5 minutes, and then I'll give the neighbors a minute each.
Okay.
And then I'll give you some time for rebuttal as well.
All right.
And as I've done before, if the neighbors want to pool their time so that one person can take their time and speak for 5 minutes, I'll allow that.
All right. Thank you very much. There were many questions regarding the some were regarding the variances, some were regarding there was comments and questions concerning the style and size and look of the residence. And although these questions, those aren't in question here, just the setback variances are, we have commissioned some artist renderings to show what, and I have them right here in front. They are showing what we're proposing as far as a home. They don't show the actual setback, but they do show so that the neighbors can see what it is that we're proposing. We have several of them here. Some of the opposition is that the precedent that may be set is that it would encourage overdevelopment. This is for a single-family residence only. We're not asking for rezoning for commercial or anything like that. Other structures in the neighborhood have been cited in some of the as being an issue, and many people asked that they didn't like the style or the size of the home or anything like that. And once again, that's not in question, but it is the setbacks are in question. So we do have other plans if things don't go our way, but we can address those later on after everybody else speaks. I don't really have anything else. No. I won't take my whole 5 minutes, but because you did hear us last time, there wasn't anybody here to comment before. Comment on this after we spoke, and I can say that we learned a lot from the neighborhood meeting. Any projects that we're looking at now, first thing I check is the setback. So we have learned that. That's a good thing. So we won't see us before you again with a setback variance. But That's basically what we have. I mean, we've done that. We did meet with the neighbors. It was spirited at times, but it was also, we did feel that there was some support as well. So hopefully you'll hear both sides.
Fair enough, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll open this now for public comment, and are we going to hear from each of you, or is one going to take the 5 minutes? All right, we've got a designated spokesman.
Yeah, I couldn't get out of that one. Good evening, Shauna Waldman, 2901 Colante, former president of McNeil Neighborhood Association. The reason that there's some opposition to the project is really the scale and size of the building on the lot. There's a house at the corner of Waldman and Rancho, some of you may be familiar with, which is frankly too large for the lot. It's out of place. We have another property at the corner of Gilmary and Kalen, where the owner developer, similar, I might say, like these gentlemen, didn't do their homework, didn't do their research, didn't look into what the rules, the steps, the requirements are. It became a nightmare, an abandoned house. It finally sold, but it is an eyesore. It does not fit the neighborhood. Additionally, and maybe someone here from planning can confirm for me, I had spoken with someone a while ago, there's been something of a willful disregard with regards to following the rules on this particular piece of property. They had pulled a permit after purchase to replace drywall and insulation. Then they'd pulled a permit to demolish the roof. Subsequently, the entire structure was demolished. My understanding is that there was no permit pulled for that specifically. They've already gone and set footings around where they would be pouring the larger foundation prior to getting the approval and the variance. So we seem to have a pattern of beg forgiveness after rather than asking permission prior, which does lend quite a bit of concern to what they might in fact do. But primarily it's just, again, the setbacks are in place for a reason, and we would think that, again, since this is, as you said, there's nothing other than their own request that's making them do this, there's no hardship that you would honor the staff recommendation for denial.
Okay, thank you. Give you a couple of minutes for a brief rebuttal.
Yeah, my name is Andres Royano, it's 8285 Orange Bell. We get a permit for every step we do. We have first we do the drywall because we're supposed to be changed the drywall only in this project, and then we find a lot of issues in the framing. So it was really horrible, and then we decided to change, we take the drywall on the ceiling, so we find termites, really bad condition, all roofing, so we pull out the permits on the roofing, and then we get the permit for all demo, and it's in the record in the city. We do step by step how the work is changed, and we learn about, we are no architect, we are construction, I'm a CC, and we learn about that, but basically our plan is building something nice for the whole neighborhood, and if you check, you have 7 letters approve that and 5 not. You can check in the record, and we want to do the right things. That's the only. But I want to make sure they don't have the right information because we have the permit for the demo. It is in the city.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen.
Can I say one thing?
You can.
As well. If, depending on how this is going, we would be willing to go back with the planning department to take a look at this. So I don't know how your discussion's going to go or like that, but I want to, so I don't want to prejudice that, but I do want to say that we're willing to do what needs to be done.
Okay. You're about to see how our discussion goes,
Exactly.
and we appreciate your willingness.
I just want to know that if, with your discussion, if you ask us to go back, we're not going to try and say no.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public comment and open this for discussion on the commission. Commissioner Quinn?
Good evening. I attended the neighborhood meeting, and there were 17 people, as well as our councilwoman was there. And the issue, sir, is really not about the setbacks in the rear or on the side. The issue is that the 50-foot setback that is required, you're only giving 23 feet, which is a difference of 27 feet, which basically puts this massive house on the street. So with that being said, I don't want to prolong it anymore. I'm not going to support this project simply because the size of the home has overbuilt the lot. Number one, it's too far on the street, and it's not conducive with the rest of this beautiful neighborhood. And these people live and love and work where they live, and they really, something new and great might be great for you, but you have to be conducive and be a good neighbor and blend instead of stick out. So with that being said, I'm sorry I cannot support this item tonight, simply because of the size of the house, but mostly because it's too close to the street. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn. Any other comments? I'll entertain a motion.
We would be willing to go back.
Hang on, but the public hearing's closed.
Thank you. Regarding abeyance item variance 630800, I'm going to make the recommendation to follow staff's recommendation of denial, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, the motion is to deny item 32, which follows staff's recommendation. Please vote. That motion carries. Item 32 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, item 32 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to item 33. This is also an abeyance item, VAR 63114. The applicant owner is 601 South 11th, LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow accessory structures that are not aesthetically compatible with the principal dwelling, to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 3 feet is required, to allow a 1-foot corner side yard setback where 5 feet is required, to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required, to allow building separations of 1 foot where 6 feet is the minimum required, and to allow a rear yard area coverage of 70% where 50% is the maximum allowed for 3 proposed accessory structures, Class 2 garages totaling 2,227 square feet at 601 South 11th Street in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a variance to deviate from the minimum side, corner, and rear yard setbacks to allow building separation of 1 foot where 6 feet is the minimum required, as well as to allow for rear yard area coverage which exceeds 50% and to allow structures which do not aesthetically match the principal dwelling. This item was held in abeyance from the March 8th Planning Commission meeting so the applicant could provide renderings of the proposed structure, which are date stamped March 24th. No substantial evidence has been presented to warrant the requested variance. Therefore, this is considered a self-imposed hardship, as the applicant has provided no compelling evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance related to the site itself. Staff recommends denial of this request as the proposed design is not compatible with the adjacent surrounding uses. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Monica Gresser, Brazen Architecture, 1800 Industrial Road, Suite 200C, Las Vegas, representing the owner of the property. We are requesting variance for the setbacks, as mentioned. Previously, historically, I should say, there have been 12 parking spaces on this property. And the owner wishes to enclose those and provide a secure parking area for his residents. His intention is to improve the area, which is why he purchased the buildings and is currently working on some minor improvements. We are responsible only for this, these garage additions that he's placing on the property. As you can see in this photo, in this drawing, we have 2 parking spaces in the front and then 10 in the rear at the alley, all enclosed by garage buildings. Because there were 12 parking spaces on the property previously, we are attempting to retain those parking spaces, but enclose them to allow for secure area for the current or future residents. And also, we have provided a more recent rendering at the request of Commissioner Schlottman at the last meeting. So hopefully that conveys the more compatible structure that we were that was requested. And we think that this is a little bit, this looks a lot more what, the existing buildings, I think we had a shot of that. They were in the middle of renovation, here they are. And then the rendering shows more of where we are headed with the aesthetic for that. So here we have a stucco building with a stone facade on it, with stone fascia, I'm sorry. Wow, that didn't come out right at all. With a little bit of stone texture on the front of the buildings as well as on the garage buildings. So that is the intention from the owner. Also, there's a fence that was previously permitted for this area, and we are recommending to, or we wish to maintain that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard either for or against this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. We can discuss this as a planning commission. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask this to be held in abeyance last month, as the applicant has indicated, because just looking at the black and white images, I really couldn't see what all they were doing. I thought they were adding additional parking spaces and taking away open space in the courtyard. Come to find out, it was existing parking. It's just integrating the parking garages. I don't have a problem with the parking garages along an alley, and actually this does look vertically integrated into the overall building, unlike the last one that this particular client has brought to us. So I appreciate you going back and doing that, adding the stone, giving us a colored rendering. So if there's no other comments, I'm ready to go ahead and make a motion.
I don't see it yet. Commissioner Quinn, did you have any comments on this one?
No.
Your light's on.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 33, Abeyance VAR 63114, I would move to approve based on facts and the findings as stated in my testimony today.
Thank you. Motion is for approval. Please vote. Motion carries. Commissioner Quinn, what was your vote? Commissioner Quinn's vote is for approval.
I'm sorry.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 33 is final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item, item number 34, Abeyance SDR 63111, applicant owner, Drock 3rd Street LLC, for possible action on a request for site development plan review for a proposed permanent parking lot with valet parking only on an existing commercial recreational amusement outdoor facility with waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan, architectural design, streetscape, and permanent parking lot design and screen standards on 200 South 3rd Street, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting to convert this space from a temporary parking lot with occasional special events into a permanent valet-only parking lot and outdoor entertainment venue. Several waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan are needed in order to implement the applicant's plans as submitted. Staff supports a waiver of the 42-inch wrought iron screen fence requirement for parking lots, as the existing 6-foot fence was previously approved for the temporary site through a variance, and the additional height is appropriate for security purposes. Staff also supports a waiver of the build-to setback requirement for the proposed office building along 3rd Street. The existing electrical building was approved with a 2-foot setback from the property line, and this proposal matches that building to form an even street edge. Due to several public works projects on the perimeter, the applicant cannot or has been advised not to alter the existing streetscape along Bridger Avenue and along 3rd Street. As adequate site improvements are being made that will have the appearance of a permanent development and would be consistent with the intent of the Downtown Centennial Plan, staff recommends approval of the requested streetscape waivers and also approval of the site development plan review. If approved, condition number 3 shall be amended to reflect a date stamp of 3/15/16, March 15th, 2016, for the site plan and the elevations, and March 28th, 16 for the landscape plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Justin Lamb, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway, Suite 650. I represent the client on this one. We're very pleased with kind of staff's recommendation. We obeyed this previously to kind of work with them and make sure we are in line with what they were looking for. So on that, we kind of request approval based off of staff's recommendation. And I will say staff was very helpful and very useful, I guess, in getting us to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion? Commissioner Quinn?
I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Arnold, who got right back to me regarding, I wanted to make sure that a oversized vehicle such as a disabled van or such could park in this parking lot. And from my email back from the operations director of the D Hotel, it will be able to go in and out, and I appreciate the quick response. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Swatman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I was opposed to this last meeting, but now understand that staff is in agreement with, deferring the sidewalks due to future developments. I don't have a problem with this. If nobody else has any comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
Mr. Chairman, on item number 34, abeyance SDR 63111, I'd move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Thank you. Plus the amended condition number 3.
Plus amended condition number 3 with the date stamp plans as stated by Steve Swanton earlier.
Okay, very good. The motion is to approve item 34 with the amended condition. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council meeting on May 18th, 2016.
All right, moving on to related items 35 and 36. Item 35 is GPA 63487. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is Greendale Properties, LLC. This is for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to R, Rural Density Residential, on the southeast corner of Elkhorn Road and Teneo Way in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item 36 is ZON 63488 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from U, undeveloped, DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, General Land Use Designation, to RD, Single Family Residential Restricted District in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested to amend the general plan land use designation from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to R, Rural Density Residential, and the zoning on the subject property from U, undeveloped, to RD, Single Family Residential Restricted, for a future single-family detached residential subdivision. No tentative map has been submitted with this request at this time. Staff recommends approval of these requests as the proposed changes are appropriate and are compatible with adjacent land uses. The R, Rural Density Residential Land Use, and corresponding RD, Single Family Residential Restricted zoning district are appropriate buffering designations between the larger Clark County residential properties to the east and the less dense residential properties on the west and north side of the proposed site. Please note that a typo occurred on the mailing notifications. The property owner was written as Greendale Properties LLC, and it should have been Greengale Properties LLC. Also, please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. City Attorney?
Mr. Chairman, I know there's been some question with regard to whether or not, excuse me, my voice today, whether or not the difference between Greengale and Greendale makes a difference with regard to notice. It does not. According to the open meeting law, an agenda item must describe with clear and complete details so the public will receive notice, in fact, of what is being discussed by the public body. In this instance, what will be discussed is clearly accurate on the agenda. What actions you're going to be taking is clearly on the agenda. The location of the property is accurate. The notification area was accurate. One letter difference is insignificant and does not call into question the notification.
Okay, thank you, and I hope that saves us some time with any neighbors who may have come to complain about how that read on the notice. And before I ask the applicants to state their name and address, can I get an idea by raise of hands how many people are here on these two items? Okay, my goodness, probably 30 is my guess, at least 25. Okay, this is an initial application, so I'm going to give the applicant 10 minutes, and I'll offer the same concession that the neighbors have heard from earlier in the meeting. That is, if you'd like to come up one at a time, we'd love to hear from all of you. I will limit your remarks to 1 minute each, asking you not to repeat what anyone else has said. And you know, you have a right to complain about the notice, but I think the city attorney has stated very well the city's position on that. So having said that, your names and addresses, please.
For the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is Brad Burns, the division president of D.R. Horton. We've had several neighborhood meetings, each lasting approximately 2 hours. Because of that, I think everybody here is pretty familiar with the issues. And as you stated, there's many people here who want to speak on the item, not to mention your long agenda, so we'll be very brief. As you've heard, we're asking for a general plan amendment from DR to R on 36.79 net acres on the southeast corner of Elkhorn and Tenaya. We're also asking to change the zoning from U to RD. Staff, as you've also heard, has recommended approval of both of our requests. Initially, the applicant asked for 133 units. The neighbors came to us and said, no, we'd like you to hold it to 80. Mr. Burns went back and he sharpened his pencil, and he's come back with 98 units. Unfortunately, there are still many of the neighbors who still are at 80. Our project will be gated, single story. I also would like to submit for the record, I just received it tonight, so I'm sorry I don't have enough copies. Loxa Engineering, they've made it very clear that the existing roadways, and I quote, have adequate capacity to accommodate this project. And when they wrote this letter, they were talking about 107 dwelling units, and as you heard, we're about 10% less than that now with 98. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Burns to make a few comments, and then we'll keep our rest of our time and respond to the
Very
neighbors.
good.
Hi, Brad Burns, Division President of D.R. Horton. Our offices are at 1081 Whitney Ranch Drive in Henderson. I'm really just here tonight to just point out a couple of things. Move over to the map here. Can everybody hear me still?
We can.
You know, we did go and meet with the neighbors early on, met with folks down here at Gill Creek Ranch, met in the public neighborhood meeting with whoever was notified according to the city requirements. And then, in addition, several folks felt they didn't have the chance to hear what we were doing there, so we took it upon ourselves to meet again with the neighbors to discuss the project. We initially told everybody we were going to do 133 homes. In the first neighborhood meeting, we heard from the residents that they didn't want more than 80 homes. So we tried to meet them in the middle. Just took the 133 and the 80, divided it by 2, and we wound up with 107. Literally the next day, we checked to see what we really would get there if we built just the minimum 10,000 square foot lots. Every lot 10,000 square foot, which is the RD minimum requirement. We came up with 109. After further discussion with the neighborhood group and further discussion relative to what we intend to build here, so if I presume this is being shown, I don't know how it's shown. Yes. Is this upside down or is this reading right?
It's right.
That's right.
Okay. So this is our 3,035 square foot home we intend to build there. This is our 3,615 home we intend to build there. This is our 3,845 square foot home we intend to build there. And this is our 4,230 square foot home we intend to build there. Every one of these homes, per the RD requirement, will have 25-foot front yard setbacks and 30-foot rear yard setbacks. So we will be totally conforming with this product type in the RD zone. In addition, since we met with those neighbors and the concerns relative to the total units. We actually diligently worked very hard, very quickly over the last couple of days to come up with a map that will be submitted as a tentative map, which will have a maximum of 98 lots, which I think you can see depicted here. But more importantly, you know, the smallest lot we will have in this entire subdivision is, I believe, right here, which is 10,455 square feet. Jay's going to give me his readers, maybe. I'm sorry, here's a little smaller one, 10,402. But the point is, not one of them is a minimum of 10,000 square feet. Secondly, oh, wow, okay. We'll have lots as large as 19,370 square feet, okay? I just want to point out that we'll have a range of product type. Right now, we think we'll have 22 3,035 square foot homes, 29 3,615 square foot homes, 22 3,845 square foot homes, and 25 4,230 square foot homes. If you look at the neighborhood immediately to our west, the smallest lot in this neighborhood to our west is 0.29 acres, which equates to 12,632 square feet. The smallest lot in the northern neighborhood, which is 0.30 acres, equates to 13,068 square feet. The smallest lot in the northwest neighborhood is 0.41 acres, which equates to about 18,000 square feet. The point is, everything we're doing in this neighborhood is totally in line with the neighborhood to the west, the neighborhood to the northwest, and the neighborhood to the north. And oddly, I believe tonight you will hear from your constituency and the people who live in Gilcrease in support of our neighborhood. So I appreciate your time very much, and I'll let the other folks speak.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Did any of you choose to give your time so that we hear from a few spokesmen, or are we going to hear individually? Individually? Okay. All right.
To pass these out to the commissioners.
Okay, so you're here just speaking individually?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm also speaking for quite a few people that aren't here as well.
Okay.
So I'd ask for your indulgence, and I'd like to pass these out.
I'll give you 2 minutes rather than the one that everyone else is going to get.
Pretty tough. I have a lot of history out here.
I'm sorry, you can see the agenda we have and the number of people, so.
Right.
2 minutes.
In these maps I'm handing, I don't know if you have the camera on this one. In these maps I'm handing out is an area of 4 square miles. In yellow are all 2 to the acre based on gross acreage, with a few exceptions that are 2.01, 2.02. There's one over here, which is the Rhodes Preserve, that was done at 2.15 acres because they had an abnormal amount of dedication to a park. I've lived out there since 1993, was on the Sheep Mountain Homeowners Association, the Northwest Plan, and fought diligently to create this yellow area and try to keep it this way, to minimize traffic and to maintain the lifestyle for those who wanted to keep it RE or less dense. So as part of that plan, when Rhodes came in here with a part of the Watmore-Ardai development, we had him do a buffer of RE around here as a dividing line, which would be Pioneer Road, which is this road right here. And we all agreed with the city at that time that from Pioneer Road all the way to Jones, they would try to keep it 2 to the acre, which they did very, very well. The irony here is the Gale Greenspun parcel, when Shenandoah came in right at this location here, they wanted to do high-intense zoning. I worked with the Martins, the Gales, the Greenspuns. They worked with us as well to help to ensure that this stayed 2 to the acre. And if you look, it's marked on your map where it has 80 units and it's a 40-acre subdivision. That's 2 to the acre. And so that was supposed to help the Gales keep any encroachment of any less density or increased density out of their neighborhood. The other thing, the benefit was to keep the traffic down in here, not allow any commercial to come into the area. Each home, each additional home that you approve over the 2 to the acre is 10 extra trips a day, because the average person goes to work, to and from work, the husband and wife is 4 trips, they come home, grab their kids, they go do errands, they go to the store. So this adds a tremendous amount of traffic. At one point in time, the Gales and the Rainbow Coalition, which is the Gilcrease area, came in and vacated all their internalized streets. Therefore, they dumped any traffic back out into those of us who lived out in the other rural area. Now they're coming in and allowing a higher density product to go in there that's going to push more traffic because it outlets on Sinay and Elkhorn, and they don't absorb any of it because all their streets are vacated and privatized.
You don't seem to be close to wrapping up, and I let you go 30 seconds over, so
All right.
I'm going to cut you off.
The increase they originally asked for was...
Sir, I'm sorry, you're out of time. I have so many more neighbors to hear from tonight.
Okay.
Can you tell me your name and address, please?
Dennis Perry, 7320 Silver Spirit Street.
Okay, thank you very much. I need everyone to line up behind the microphones, please, so we can get through this as efficiently as possible.
Glenn Curtis, 6548 Deer Springs Way. Our family's lived out there since 1989. We're in support of D.R. Horton's application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is William Coburn, 7020 Deer Springs Way. And I noticed in the agenda tonight that D.R. Horton has 3 other items, all of which ask to put more houses on the same area. And that's what they're asking for out here on the Elkhorn. And the reason they're doing this, I'm sure, is to make more money or else to increase the speed of return on their investment. That's what corporations do. And I don't have any problem with that, except that I don't find this a compelling reason to change the general plan on this area. Now, Mr. Burns talked about the area north and west of this lot, but we're concerned about the area east and south, and I live just south of it. And most of those areas are on at least half acres, and many of them on 1 or 2 acres. So I would like to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Did I see you raise your hand as a spokesperson?
I did.
How many people are giving their time to you?
I'm representing 64 homes.
All right. How many people that are here are giving their time to you? All right. You get 2 minutes.
Thank you. Since the notification, improper notification subject is like null, and but I would just...
Could you tell us your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Beth Pazanki, and I live on Elkhorn Road, 7280 Elkhorn Road. And I'm representing the people in our neighborhood. It's zoned rural, I think. We got horses and chickens and goats. And so we're like kitty corner to that property. And so I'm representing the neighbors that can't be here tonight. And so I have to go through my notes. I'm here to represent the neighbors who, for various reasons, can't be here. I have their signatures with me. There's 52 signatures. I didn't get to all of the homes, but you know, I got as many as I could in the time frame. So I have their signatures with me, and the majority of my neighbors are opposed to the rezoning of the Greengale property. The residents' signatures represent that any rezoning of the Greengale property should match what already exists in our neighborhood. This is the heart of our position. It is the position expresses itself best on page 13 of the City of Las Vegas Unified Development Code under Purpose and Intent, items A through H, especially number G. And I'll quote, to maintain through orderly growth and development the character and stability of present and future land use and development in the city, unquote. This rezoning will definitely be out of step with the character and harmony of our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods. And I know some of you are, I'm nervous, I've never done this before, so I know some of you, live in rural areas yourself, and I know that Brad is trying to adjust the plan again, so I don't know this, now I'm hearing the new plan right now, but I'm still representing the neighbors that want to maintain the half-acre property model.
Thank you.
In this neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Can I have the next person, right as soon as we're done, be ready to go at the next microphone?
I'm that person. My name is Carrie Coburn. I live on 7020 Deer Springs Way. I'm opposed, so you'll know, to the GPA and the zoning request. My husband and I have lived at this residence for 40 years and have seen considerable growth and change, as you can well imagine. We're not opposed to the development of this property by D.R. Horton, but feel that the current general plan designation of desert rural density residential be retained. Doing so would allow development of 1/2 acre parcels, the highest density in the immediate area. According to D.R. Horton's representative at one of the 3, not several, neighborhood meetings, Brad Burns, 1/2 acre lots are just as profitable as those they are proposing. They just don't sell as quickly. I ask you, should that be the driving force for amending the general plan? I would point out that the individuals in favor of the higher density, for the most part, are buffered from the property by greater distances than most of us, by gates.
Okay, very good. I'm sorry to cut you off. Your time's up.
Sorry, pardon me?
Your time's up.
Oh, really? I
Really?
can't use part of her 2 minutes?
You cannot.
Okay, well,
No.
thank you. I got most of that in.
Thank you.
very much.
And by the way, everyone, if you wish to submit written comments, if you have something written, you're welcome to give that to us. We can make that part of the record.
Okay, the neighbors that are just adjacent to us did send in their comments to you. I think you mentioned
Okay,
that.
very good.
Thank you.
And can I remind you all, please, just try to adhere to the 1 minute time limit.
Richard
That'll make
Higgs,
this go smoothly.
7315 North Monte Cristo Way. I'm opposed to both of these items. Yes, 2 per acre is the minimum existing density in that area. As we looked at an earlier project, you saw a buffer plan to say, let's transition from higher density to the lower density. In this case, you would actually, if you use that same approach, you'd do less than 2 per acre. Because to the west and to the north, you're limited at 2 per acre. But to the east and to the south, you have a lot of 2 acre, 5 acre parcels. So if you were actually going to transition that, you'd be more than 2 per acre. 25 years ago, I moved to the area to get a rural environment. Yes, there's growth. Yes, there's traffic. Tenaya, Elkhorn, now both very busy streets. More houses just exasperate the traffic.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. David Chesnoff. I live at 6575 Deer Spring. I'm in support of D.R. Horton's efforts in the 2 matters that are on the agenda. They have worked diligently with the neighbors to try to accommodate everybody's needs. Their reduction in numbers has been a real well-done effort on their part to try to communicate with everybody. I've met at least and spoken to over 25 neighbors of mine that live in that area who are in support of it. I know my friend Dr. Homansky could not be here tonight. His wife and Mr. Gaughan and Paula Gaughan, who own the Circle K, I believe are in support of this, and I think somebody who resides there is here tonight. And there are other neighbors that live there. I've lived there over 20 years, and I recognize that everybody wants to keep things as small, but the accommodations and the beauty of the project make my wife Diana and I in full support of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everybody line up behind the microphones, please? Come on up. Don't be shy. Stand right in line.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Burton, and I live at 6500 Rio Vista, and we are here to be in support of D.R. Horton.
Thank you.
Shari Lamb, 6600 Rio Vista in the Gilcrease Ranch area, and I support the D.R. Horton project.
Good evening. I'm Rob Bonanno, 6990 West Rome Boulevard, and I have 2 letters as well, if you'd like me to submit them, from other neighbors who had to leave prior to the agenda making it to our...
Absolutely. We'll take those from you. Are they in support or in opposition?
We are all in support of the efforts that D.R. Horton has made here, and we see it as a good opportunity for the area, and it's an improvement or a nicely built project, and we look to having it as a successful endeavor for the neighborhood.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Terry Sturm, 6680 Rebecca Road. I have lived in this neighborhood for over 20 years, and I am in full support of D.R. Horton's application. Thank you.
Good evening. Sarah Pulaski, 6655 North Torrey Pines Road. And I am also in favor of this project. That's all.
Hello, Courtney Hagan, 6411 West Deer Springs, and I am also in support.
Good evening. I'm Julie Von Tobel, 6640 Rebecca, and I'm also in support. I think it's a really beautiful project for our neighborhood.
Thank you. Have we heard from everyone that wishes to be heard from? More? Anyone who wishes to speak, I'm going to have you come up to the microphones, please. Oh, I guess we have heard from everyone. I want to make sure that I got your signatures. Did you give those to staff? Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm going to I'll close the public comment, but give some brief rebuttal remarks to the applicant. Can you guys keep this to a couple of minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Just real quick, talking about conforming to the neighborhood. In this neighborhood over here, where, again, the smallest lots are 12,600 or so square feet, there's multiple single-story homes here as well as two-story homes, and we are only going to be building single-story homes here. In addition, the size of the homes in this area range in single-story homes from 2,251 square feet to 3,550 square feet. Our homes range from 3,000 square feet to 4,200 square feet. In this neighborhood to the north, there are multiple types of homes. They're all single stories. They range in size from 2,649 square feet up to 3,811 square feet. The woman, I forget her name, lots of names, but she talked about conforming to the neighborhood, and this is exactly what we're doing. Size of lot relative to these neighborhoods, size of homes relative to these neighborhoods, and so we feel it's just an amazing opportunity to provide an affordable alternative to housing in this area where people love to live. In addition, in this neighborhood where there are larger lots, and it is like truer rural estate, you have homes where I believe the maximum size home in this entire neighborhood is 3,037 square feet. So we are providing homes equal to or larger than what's there, and we are providing all necessary front and rear yard setbacks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public comment now, and we'll discuss this. I do have a question for the applicant as we begin. Within the parcel, the surrounding properties, are they larger lot sizes than, respectively speaking, compared to what's internal?
Yeah, so if you look at this map, if I center the map real quick, these adjacent properties are, of course, large. This is actually a 40-acre piece of property. I believe it's also owned by the Green Gale group. This 10-acre property is owned by a gentleman by the name of Galen Stockton. I think this is divided into 2 5-acres, but I'm not positive. But yeah, Gilcrease Ranch is known for larger estate neighborhoods. Most of these people who came up in support of us are from that neighborhood.
So to accommodate those neighbors, you've agreed to put larger lot sizes on the perimeter on those rural properties?
Yeah, in a discussion with the neighborhood, when we decided to do 133 lots, we discussed how the adjacent neighborhood, in particular the Rio Vista Trail, we were improving the public trail, which doesn't allow vehicular access, with a landscape buffer as well as Whittig Avenue. And there was discussion relative to the adjacent property to be these lots to be 20% larger than the interior lots.
Thank you very much. Okay, you're going to see my support on both of these applications, and here's why. I think you've worked hard to resolve the issues that I foresaw. You've held 2 neighborhood meetings. I know you changed the initial zoning to RD after coordinating with the Mayor Pro Tem's office, and I appreciate that. I agree with him that R1 was too intense, but I think the RD is harmonious with the surrounding neighborhoods. And because of the accommodations you've made, including those larger lots on the surrounding properties, I am in support of these. Commissioner Quinn?
Did you want to say something?
Your light's on again.
I'm in support of this project too, because when I saw the landscape plan, which you didn't even mention to this audience, you know, you're landscaping the outer perimeter of the wall, which is going to look really nice all the way around it. You also didn't mention that this is a gated community where, you know, a couple little things that stuck when we had our meeting in my mind. But most importantly, I think sometimes we have to be careful what we wish for, because if we don't put a nice product like this into that area of whether they're $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000 homes, somewhere down the line somebody come in and might put in $80,000 to $200,000 homes, or worse yet, get the zone changed for something different. I've loved watching D.R. Horton over the last 8 years turn into one of the finest builders in this community. And I mean that sincerely, and you have my full support on this, because you can see many people that'll come down here and sit all night and complain, but rarely do you see many people sit here all night to tell you how great something is. So congratulations, and you do have my support.
Commissioner Flangas?
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, please do.
For item 35, which is GPA 63487, move to approve, subject to the conditions.
Thank you. The motion is to approve item 35. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, item number 36, related item is ZON 63488. Again, move to approve, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Please vote.
Now you can go.
That motion also carries.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, items 35 and 36 will be heard at City Council meeting on May 18th, 2016.
Thank you. Items 37 through 39 are related. Item 37 is GPA 63531. The applicant is First Terra Fund, Inc. The owner is Timothy Ronald Hipp and Robert G. Park Family Trust. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR, Desert Rural Density Residential, to ML, Medium Low Density Residential, on the east side of Edmond Street, south of Oakey Boulevard, and on the southeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Mohawk Street in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Item 38 is ZON 63533, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RSL Residential Small Lot District in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. And item 39, ZON 63536, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RSL Residential Small Lot District in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested to amend the general plan land use designation from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to ML Medium Low Density Residential, and the zoning from RE Residence Estates to RSL Residential Small Lot District on 2 parcels in a low density residential area for 2 future single-family detached residential subdivisions. No tentative map has been presented with this request at this time. Staff has determined the proposed changes are not appropriate and are incompatible with adjacent land uses. The proposed ML, medium-low density residential land use, and corresponding RSL, residential small lot district, zoning district, are not appropriate buffering designations between the large Clark County residential properties located to the west and south and the larger City of Las Vegas single-family residential lots to the north and multifamily residential property to the east of the proposed site. As a result, staff recommends denial of the request. Please note that additional letters of protest have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I hear from the applicant, how many people are here to speak on these items? Okay, maybe 15, 16. All right, thank you. I'm going to limit your remarks, sir, to 10 minutes, and then I'll give the neighbors a minute each. If they want to pull their time, they're welcome to do that, to have someone speak on their behalf, and I'll give them equal time. I'll give that person 10 minutes if they'd like.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and Mr. Director, my name is Donald Fuller, and I represent the developer, First Terra Funding. First of all, I'd like to amend the application from the existing from medium-low density residential to L, and from RSL residential small lot district to R1. By doing that, it reduces the site coverage and the lot by close to 50%. That was probably, in the neighborhood meeting, the biggest complaint, that there was too much density in the on the site. We sort of tried to accommodate everybody's complaints. There were only, I would think, 3 or 4 people that lived in the close proximity to the development. Everybody else was 2 or 3 blocks away. Have you got this? Is this, can I get this on?
Yes, go ahead. And if you'll rotate that.
Got it?
I need you to rotate what you've put right there in the middle. Rotate it. There you go. No, went too far. Counterclockwise, 1/4 of a turn.
Sorry?
Counterclockwise, 1/4 of a turn. Or, it looks counterclockwise to me. There you go.
Okay.
And could you move your microphone a little to the side so we can see that? Thank you.
With the new proposal on the density, that is a site plan of what it would look like. And it reduces it from over 8 lots to the acre to 4 to 5 lots to the acre. The complaints at the neighborhood meeting, where we don't want any more density than there is already there, the site would never get redeveloped on the proposed zoning that it presently is. If you look at the map that I have there now, can you see that? The 2 parcels marked with the X are the parcels in question. The whole area, there are 3 or 4 homes that are very nice residential dwellings. The basic general area is acreage with small little homes and a lot of vacant parcels that really don't do anything for the area. These 2 houses here, their complaint was they didn't want anybody next to them looking at their property. With the rezoning application, the lots are going to be somewhere in about 140 square feet deep and close to 80 feet from each property. The properties here was the same complaint. They didn't want anybody close to them. The gentleman here on the top corner of the green, that is the school. He lived up the street. He didn't want any more cars on Oakey because the traffic was too much. We redesigned the site so that the entrance is going to come in off Edmund and Mohawk. If you look on Edmund Street, all of this area is 18 to 25 to the acre, which is right across the street for one of the parcels. Across the street here is a church which is not residential, a school on the other corner. And across the street on Oakey, the whole area, which is a lot of acreage going back in to the north, is the same zoning that we want to have amended to. So I think the whole area is not going to get developed because it isn't financially feasible unless the rezoning takes place. And I think with the rezoning all around here for 18-unit townhomes, school, a church, and the same zoning residential across from Oakey supports the application on an amended basis.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open, I'll give you a few minutes after the neighbors speak to give us a short rebuttal. Neighbors, you know the routine by now. Come on up behind the microphones. You're going to have a 1-minute timer. Please don't make me cut you off.
Oh, I called this gentleman after I got a large size like postcard on both sides.
I need your name and address.
My name is Lee Dane, and I've lived right across from this for 27 years and 4 months. And I bought there because it was county. I've got 2.5 acres. Just to give you a good idea, there was a deed restriction on there before we can ever do anything on our property. We've got to go curb, gutter, sidewalk, street light, and they go down 30 feet of a 60-foot street. Now, what he's proposing, first of all, he is so wrong. He's stating in there, in a second mailer, that it's 290 feet south of Oakey on the east side of Edmund Street. That's the El Parque condominiums that Mr. Ed Hine developed 20-some years ago. So they don't even have their measurements right. And we're all RE. We want to keep it that way, and that's it. We're going to run out of water. This is going to happen, this billion-dollar third straw with the cost override.
Let's just keep this to what's
okay,
in front of us.
Okay, but anyway, let me just tell you that
you're opposing this.
What's going to happen, the school is already overrun with people. From those apartments that are in the city, everything the properties were permanent, that's all city of Las Vegas. So he doesn't even have his figures right.
Thank you, sir.
And nobody is in favor of this that I know of.
Thank you. Name and
Outside
address.
of a couple of property owners, and they're willing to concede. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Billy Bastian. This is my husband, Tom Bastian. We live at 2090 Mohawk Street, and we've been there since 1998. When I go out my front door, I look to the right across the vacant land, and I look at this proposed property area that's seeking this amendment. Just want you to know that both my husband and I have discussed this, and we are definitely against any general plan amendment or any zoning changes that are reflected in tonight's agenda items 37, 38, and 39. In addition to the meeting that we attended with the developer, we also had our own neighborhood meeting. The first meeting with the developer, we had 30 members of our neighborhood come to that meeting. The follow-up meeting, we had just about 30 as well. In addition to that, we canvassed our neighborhood to solicit their views on how they feel about this general amendment request and the zoning. And I have like to submit signatures of 64 residents from all sides of the area that are opposed to what the developer is presenting this evening.
Thank you. Thank you very
and
much.
I have cards as well. I'm sorry.
And by the way, if you can't hear the timer as it goes off, you should be able to see the timer behind the clock behind the monitors. Good evening, sir. Can you pull that microphone in front of you? Thank you.
My name is Tom Bastian, 2090 South Mohawk Street. I've got a couple of images here that I just wanted to show you. One shows the zoning that the city currently has in those areas where they've annexed into the city, and this map to the left is the county zoning. It's all residential estates. It's all half-acre lots. This area is similar to what we discussed earlier this evening with a rural area. It's just mostly closer to town. We all bought in that area for the same reasons, that we want to keep that rural property the way it is. The presentation that was made to us originally was 8 lots per acre. Now we've reduced it to that. That is not satisfactory. The arguments that are against it too is we agree with what the staff has recommended for denial. The traffic, this area is between Charleston and Sahara Avenue, which is 2 of the most busy streets in the city according to the planning stuff that I looked at on the city's website. And it also, that school is oversubscribed as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How you doing? My name is Bruce Hamburg, and we just purchased a house on 2021 Edmond Street,
Right next
which
to
is right next to it.
2.5.
And we didn't get the letter in the mail because we just bought it. It just closed like last week, and we noticed the sign that you guys posted on the building. And we bought the property because it's on 2.5 acres, and we wanted that rural area, and we don't want like a bunch of houses squeezed in like sardines around there. And we do have the apartments there. We understand that it was there, but going up north is all rural, and that's the reason we bought the house, and we don't want to see a lot of development there so close together, maybe a house on a half-acre lot, at least to keep it with the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I need you to state your name and address, please. And will you step in front of the microphone?
2021 Edmond.
And your name?
Leilani Antoine. The house on my name.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bob Carlucci. I live at 5220 El Parque Avenue. One of the lots is lined up against my back wall. I would be looking at 5 homes at this point. I think he changed it again. It was originally 7, then he went to 9, now it's 5. It's still too many. All the homes are 1 home per half acre. And he mentioned north of Oki, the lots are smaller sizes. Well, I canvassed there, and I have 11 signatures of people who live on that block, and they are opposed to development at this scale. El Parque to the east, I spoke with the HOA, they are opposed to it. I think we should leave things the way they are, half acre, 1 home. We lived in Sun City. Every time you turned around, you were looking in somebody's windows. It took us 14 months to find this property with a half an acre. Don't ruin the neighborhood, please.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, my husband, my name's Wei Carlucci, 5220 El Parque Avenue. Yeah, I agree with my husband. I'm strongly opposed this project.
All right, well said. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Paul Gerber, 21 Edmond. Anyway, I'll just read this quickly if I can get through it. I'm Paul Gerber, resident of the neighborhood, or the proposed...
Sir, let me
zoning
just
change
make this offer to you. If you'd like to submit that, we'll receive it.
I can do that, yeah.
You can do
I'm
that.
totally opposed, though.
But we're welcome to hear from you, but you can submit it if you run out of time.
Okay. I'm opposed to the zoning change in the rural density to medium-low density. There's a lot of factors involved. The urbanization of this mature neighborhood and urban core is in conflict with the Las Vegas Master Plan of 2000. Mature neighborhoods such as ours are being sustained and only improved with appropriate and exclusive redevelopment. Building 9 houses or whatever he's proposing now is totally ridiculous. Not preserving the livability of our lifestyle and what everybody else has agreed to here or likes on the half-acre lots. That's great. The problem, traffic increase, the street will empty out onto Edmond, which is right in front of my property. There's a lot of traffic.
So sorry to cut you off, but why don't you go ahead and submit that, and we'll
Yeah.
consider the rest on the
You bet.
record.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then Carl gets this.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Curly Eniquez. I live at 5324 West Oakey Boulevard, Las Vegas, Nevada. My wife Irene and I have lived in the residence for 43 years. The proposed rezoning is directly south of us. My house sits directly across the street from the middle of the acreage on Oakey Boulevard. They've got a fire hydrant right across the street from my house. You saw it in the picture before. There's a fire hydrant facing south. That's the acreage right there. Our greatest concern for years was seeing acreage by acreage rezoning in many different ways that would allow apartments, condos, and townhomes. Our second greatest concern for the years was having to see a 10-foot block wall across the street from us. Our third greatest concern for years was having to call the City of Las Vegas graffiti hotline once a week on this wall issue in the area. Many sections of Oakey Boulevard are just finishing up on an 18-month storm drain sewer project. I question the possible additional sewer water impact. How many times will the area have to be torn down to accommodate additional storage and water needs? The homes on the 5300 block of West Oakey are all single-story and approximately 1/3 acre.
Sir, your time's up.
We oppose the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Ma'am, did you want to be heard? Sir, did your wife?
No, I oppose.
Will you come up, please, and state your name and address?
Irene Inquez, 5324 West Oakey Boulevard. I oppose the rezoning. Thank you.
My name is Ricky Suya. I live at 1824 West Wind Road, and I oppose the
application.
The application.
Thank you.
Catherine Kennard, 2199 Mohawk. I moved to the area that I live in at the Oakey and on Mohawk Street about 35 years ago. And part of the reason that I lived there is because I enjoyed the rural community that we had. And at the time that I moved, it was rural. Sahara went to Decatur, Decatur went to Sahara, and it was all desert. So I enjoyed that area. My second concern is the population that will come into the elementary school and the overpopulation potential, and being a teacher and having 40 children in a classroom in a portable makes your day. So that, and I got to thinking, and I was wondering, where are they going to build another school in that area to accommodate the children as we begin to overpopulate the area? So I'm opposed to this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gary Witten. I live at 2020 West Wind Road. I'm here to oppose the applicant for 37, 38, 39. I'm also here to speak for Kenita and Tom Jones. They live on O'Bannon. They also oppose it. And I'm here to speak for Mr. Paul O'Bannon himself. He lives on O'Bannon Drive, for which the city and the county has named the street after his family, who originally owned all of that land from Sahara to Charleston Road, from Jones to Decatur. He was here for about 2.5 hours with his wife. She took ill. She's battling cancer. They left. They also oppose it. And I ask that you speak to your Bolden Area Command. I've gone through the sheriff's office and his executive staff over the last 6 months, that you speak to Sergeant Kurt McKenzie. We've been working closely with him in our neighborhood regarding all the problems regarding traffic, life safety issues, and accidents. One in which I captured from my 16 surveillance cameras on our property that captures the intersection of West Wind Road and El Parque Avenue, and it's a head-on collision. You can also check all the collisions that happen frequently about every 2 months apart at West Wind Road and Oakey.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Martin Kaselica. I live at 2017 Mohawk Street, which is very close to the subject property. And we lived there for 18 years. And I'm opposed to this project, to the zoning change, because the higher density in our neighborhood, we all live in RE neighborhood. We like to live there because it's quiet neighborhood, and increasing density and more houses in this area would increase traffic, crime, and it's going to be over capacity of this area.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lucia Kajselika, and I live 2017 Mohawk, and I'm opposed to rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Bob Park, and I don't know if I can speak or not, because we're the property owners. We've had the property for 40 years.
I need your address.
2737 Redwood, Las Vegas. That property, nobody really wants to develop as a half acre. The one on Oakey, it's too busy. The street's too busy for people to put that kind of money into a development for 4 houses. So we just had no luck selling the place, and the lot looks terrible. The bad news is there's going to be no place for the politicians to put their signs up if you get our way. The good news is I only have to take back the ones that are the losers. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in favor, of course.
I'm Jeanette Park at 2737 Redwood, and I'm in favor of the zone change, so we could sell the property. And we had some people here that own the lot next to us, or the 2.5 acres next to us, and they are going to sell those to Mr. Fuller also if we can get the zoning changed. And that property is a mess because there's always homeless people coming and leaving a big mess. We have to go over and clean it up, or the city's going to sue us if we don't go and clean it up. So we have to sell it to get, we have to do something to get it developed.
All right, thank you. Good evening, sir.
Lee Latrell, 5465, 5475, 5485, 5495 West Okie. Basically, my brother and I own the entire corner of Okie and Lindell. This last-minute change to R1 is significant. It really is. I mean, we were all against the multiple density stuff, but the R1 is right at a half acre, correct? So what is, can I ask, what is an R1?
You certainly can. We'll ask staff to answer that
Mr. Chairman,
question.
an R1 minimum lot size is 6,500 square feet.
Well, the point is, at the meeting at the library with this man and the people he represented, we asked him for an elevation so we can see what we're voting on, kind of like what your vice said on that 600 apartment building. You want to see what this thing's going to look like. And I think until he comes up with some type of an elevation in which we can actually see what's going to be there, I'm against it. But if he does come up with something, even with R1, I think R1 would be acceptable if it's presented in the right way.
Thank you very much.
Can I say just one thing? There's 43,560 feet in an acre, so 5,500 doesn't cut it.
All right.
That's too high a density.
I'm going to hear from the applicant. I'm going to give you 3 minutes for rebuttal, and then I'll close the public comment.
Mr. Chairman, these lots are probably larger than the majority of anything that's under construction in Las Vegas today. They're going to be 7,000 square feet or larger. The surrounding area is across the street of Okie, which I just said before. These lots are going to be bigger than that whole subdivision. And the surrounding area with the school, the church, the townhomes, and you cannot financially, feasibly develop those properties under the present zoning. So I think that it is justified, especially on the rezoning application, the amendment on the lower density. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The public comment is now closed, and let's discuss this on the Planning Commission. Who wants to start?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Question through you for staff. RSL would allow up to 32 acres, 32 units per acre, is that correct?
32.
RSL allows maximum, lot size of 4,500 square feet.
So
what's the medium low would allow 8.49 units per acre.
Mr. Director, I think with the L...
Sorry, I'm sorry, the public comment's closed.
It's wrong.
You're saying what the director said is wrong?
RSL with the L designation.
Mr. Chairman, through you, Commissioner Schlottman asked me on the RSL, not the R1. Is that correct? I want to make sure I answer the question.
I think that is correct. RSL.
Okay, thank you.
It's 5.49.
Mr. Chairman, he asked me on what the existing application was for, and I think that's what I answered.
Okay. Yes, and that was what I was trying to figure out, like the residential small lot district would allow, and I think you said a maximum of 4,500. Is that correct? Okay. And R1 would allow 6,500.
Those are the minimum lot sizes.
Minimum lot size.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Quinn?
Good evening. I drove over there yesterday,
afternoon and looked around, and the bottom line is, you know, I've been up here almost 7 or 8 years, and I've never even heard the characterization of a lot as a small lot district. You know, usually they're, I don't know, I just was so confused. So the problem is there's just too many houses on too small of a place. These people have all lived there for many, many years, and when you cram that many houses into a neighborhood, I'm not saying that the prices of their homes will go down, but I will say the traffic is definitely going to quadruple. The schools are going to be overcrowded. And unfortunately, as much as it's a great plan for what you want to do, it's not a great plan for our neighborhood or for Ward 1. So with that being said, I'm going to, if nobody else has anything to say, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation this evening for denial. And I'm sorry, and that's going to be it. So, is there anybody else?
No, please,
Okay.
we're
Thank
finished.
you.
Go ahead and make, I'm sorry, the public hearing's closed.
Number 37 is GPA 63531, and tonight we're going to follow staff's recommendation for denial, and that's the way it goes.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, the applicant amended his request on the dais. Is this to denial of the amended request or the request as posted on the agenda?
All right, so against my better judgment, I'm going to ask the applicant to come back up. I want to make sure you've corrected whatever you think it is that's been said that's wrong.
Okay. I think there's a misunderstanding on the lots per acre. And an RSL, I mean, I have your sheet here, is L designation is 5.49 lots per acre, 6,500 square feet minimum lots. These lots are going to be over 7,000 square feet, which is larger than any lot in the area.
Well,
okay, thank you.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me, what?
Can I have a point of clarification? You're denying the item that's currently agendaed,
Okay.
not the amended item.
So, Commissioner Carrere?
Yeah, this is my point of clarification is that the applicant has changed his application. Is that even possible to do when you walk up, you just change it without even notice? Or
I'll let the city attorney answer that.
Mr. Chairman, as long as he goes more restrictive, it is allowable.
Goes if you go down?
Yes, more restrictive.
Thank you.
Okay, so Commissioner Quinn, if you'll just clarify on your motion whether
Yes.
it is as it exists or whether it is as amended by the applicant.
As it is amended by the applicant.
Okay. So
And that would be a denial
Okay.
on number GPA 63531.
So the motion is to deny item 37, which follows staff's recommendation, and it is as amended by the applicant. Please vote.
Thank you, Chairman.
Let's go ahead and take a verbal vote on this, starting with Commissioner Cherry. Yay or nay?
Yay for denial.
Okay. Commissioner Flangus?
Yay.
For denial?
Yay.
Okay. My vote is yay for denial.
Yay for denial.
Yay.
Okay. So the motion for denial carries, and we'll have the clerk reflect that. We're now to item 38.
Item 38 is a zone change of 63533, and I'm also this evening going to respect staff's recommendation for denial.
Okay, thank you. The motion is
It's on the one that he made at the dais.
Okay,
It's
so-
called R1.
all right. So the motion is to follow staff's recommendation for denial as amended by the applicant, and so a yes vote is for denial. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, staff doesn't have a recommendation on the amended request.
Good point. Good point. So let me restate that. The motion is to deny item 38 as amended by the applicant.
Since I amended it and there's a bit of confusion, could I?
Let me just do this. The only item that's currently agendaed are the items that's currently on the agenda. So let's just vote on the agenda item.
Okay.
Because you haven't accepted his amended item. So let's
Okay.
just vote on the item as written.
No.
With the,
We're too far ahead
I
having,
think there's a real confusion of how many lots and the size and everything.
yeah. I've given you a chance to clarify that, so I'm not sure there is any confusion. So, City Attorney?
Mr.
Hang on, everybody, hang on for a minute. Do we need to go back and vote on item 37?
Let's go back and vote on item 37. Since you didn't accept the amendment,
I see.
and staff has never even seen the amendment until he walked up here, why
Okay.
don't we vote on the original item, which is the one stated in the official agenda?
All right, so do we need a motion to
You'll just
withdraw the votes?
You'll rescind your vote on item 37 and rehear that item. Or, no, I'm sorry, not rehear, but re-vote on that item.
And can we do that all in one motion?
No, just, yes, rescind and rehear, yes. on
Okay.
37.
So Commissioner Quinn, your motion?
Going back to item 37, as is, written on the agenda today, the 11th of April, is the GPA 63531. My motion is to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
And does your,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, one more, I'm sorry, it's confusing, but we'll just need to rescind your
Which
prior vote on
rescinds
37.
our- yeah,
And let's vote on-
rescinding our-
And let's vote on that, and then you'll restate your
Yes, sir.
amendment.
okay, so first motion is to rescind the vote on item 37.
Right,
And your motion, Commissioner Quinn?
is to rescind it.
All right, motion is to rescind the vote on item 37. Please vote. Motion carries. The prior vote on item 37 is rescinded. Now,
Going
let's
back
make a
to
new
item
motion.
37, as written on the agenda, my motion is for denial of GPA 63531.
Okay, motion is to deny item 37. Please vote. Motion carries. Item 37 is denied.
I believe we went to 38 as well, so my motion is to resend.
I don't think we voted on
We
item
didn't
You didn't vote on
38.
38.
Okay, I'm sorry. So going back to item 38, as is zoning 63533, my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
Motion is to deny item 38. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to zoning 63536, my motion is also for denial.
Thank you. Motion
Thank
is to
you.
deny item 39. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 37, 38, and 39 will be heard at City Council on May 18th, 2016.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone that showed up. We have now gone another 2 hours. Where has the time gone? We are going to take a second recess for the evening. This meeting is called back to order. We are now at related items 40 through 43, beginning with item 40, GPA 63547. The applicant owner is Iglesia El Grano Soy for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from PROS, Parks Recreation Open Space, and SC Service Commercial, to PF, Public Facilities at 4955 and 4965 Bevy Drive in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. 41 is ZON 63548 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to CV Civic in Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item 42 is WVR 63549 for possible action on a request for a waiver to not install half-street improvements, curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lights, streetscape, and amenities where such are required in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. And item 43, SDR 63550, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2,220 square foot church house of worship and a 2,787 square foot office building with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer on portions of the east and south property lines where 8 feet is required, and a 4-foot wide landscape buffer on a portion of the north property line where 15 feet is required in Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed amendment to public facilities would allow the site to be rezoned civic, which would allow churches and related uses, as well as the flexibility and development standards needed to accommodate the existing buildings. As this designation would be compatible, adjacent to the existing service commercial and medium-density residential designations, and would clean up the multiple general plan designations on the site, staff recommends approval. Staff also recommends approval of the rezoning, as there's already a pattern of church development in this area, and several non-conforming setbacks would be eliminated. The city requires the installation of half-street improvements adjacent to all new development, and therefore staff recommends denial of the requested waiver. As for the site development plan review, the development as proposed does not account for the necessary off-site street improvements on Bevy. If approved, along with the corresponding waiver, the existing improvements to the east would not be able to tie into the site. Staff therefore recommends denial of the site development plan review. And there were additional approvals and protests received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Before I hear from you, how many members of the public are here to be heard on these next 4 items? Okay, thank you. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Chairperson, Commissioners. Edgar Montalvo, 8513 Danza del Sol Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89128, on behalf of the owner, the Iglesia El Grano Soy. First of all, I want to give you like a brief idea of what it is this project. These properties has been vacant for 7 years. Nobody was there on this time. So what we're trying to do, the Iglesia got the lots. So we're trying to consolidate in this property. This property consists of 3 different lots, one here in the back, which is a dead lot. The building where is the church, and the third lot where is going to be the office and the Sunday school. So before this lot was used by the church, that has been happening since 1 year ago, this was used by basically by the homeless and people from the apartments that are next door, so they can be using their playground. So the neighbors are. The benefits of this project is not only the benefits of a church being on this property, if not also the benefit of having this property being used as is occupied, and the neighbors, of course, they don't have any more of those problems there. One of the things that I also want to let you know, like the protesters that we have, the protests that we have, is from people that do not belong to this private street. And one of the things that they were protesting is saying, because we're eliminating the buffer or the landscape on the street, and that's not happening. Actually, we're putting some 24-gallon trees on the front, and the only thing that we're requesting is to narrow it the width of the landscape, but not to make it less intense buffer. We will keep the same intense on the buffer, but we're going to make it narrower. The other thing that we want to let you know is that we have read all the conditions of approval, and we're okay with that, except with the condition that we have. And we want to talk to you about the improvements on the half of the street. For us, as you've seen, the next door neighbors, they do have all of them on this private street. They have, it's like a rural, even if it's not RE zoning, it's like a rural type of community. If the improvements of the street, actually we're a lot that is on the edge of the city of Las Vegas limits. So the next door neighbor belongs already to Clark County. The improvements has been done already on the corner property up to the point then up to this point. But we think that there is no reason why we should develop all the half of the improvements on the street. If you see the map, and I want to show it to you. These properties here, their property line goes up to the center line. So what you're asking us to do is to develop half of the street, which will be up to the property line of these guys. So to be honest with you, I personally don't see any sense of developing half of the street if the next door neighbor or even the in front guys, the peoples across the street, they're not going to be developing whatsoever. We're willing to sign a covenant with you when that states that whenever they're ready to do their improvements, we will do it. Our church is a small community, so it's no more than 75 people in our congregation. So you know how difficult it's going to be to raise all those funds to do the improvements on this for this street. So that's why we are not able to do it right now. We're willing to do it later on so our congregation can grow and we can collect some of the funds so we can do it on the moment that someone else is going to do it. But that's the only thing that we will ask you to do, to modify that condition of approval to write a covenant with you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm David Sedeno, 7245 McDonald Drive. I'm the pastor of the church.
Okay, thanks for being here. I'm going to open this for public comment. Those people that wish to be heard on this, come on up. Is it just you, sir? I think so. Up to the microphone, please state your name and address.
How you doing today? Baudilio Elias, 2001 Balsar Avenue. I'm in favor of this this application, and as the gentleman here stated, the neighbors to the north, they don't have lights, and I'd like you guys to rule in favor of us not to put the light as for right away. Whenever they start doing the development to the north, we'll start doing ours too.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public comment and open this for discussion on the commission. Commissioner Carrera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fundamentally, I am opposed to taking homes within residential areas and converting them into churches, especially homes that front a residential street. I think if you were somewhat fronting Decatur where there's commercial development, then I might be able to get behind it. But the way it's situated now, fronting on Bevy, having the office in the back, it's total commercial, and it's moving into the residential side of the facility, of the neighborhood. Have you had a neighborhood meeting?
Yes, we held a neighborhood meeting already.
How many people were at the neighborhood meeting?
It was only the next door neighbors, and those are the only ones to show. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on this. this property never has been used as a resident before. If you look at the records, it has never been used as a,
Well,
even if it's zoned
okay,
as a residential.
that's neither here nor there, or how it's been used. It is zoned currently residential, correct? Pete? Just want to...
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is a residential lot.
Right. So what's been going on there is different than what's supposed to have been going on there. I can't see it, me getting behind this and approving this because it is a residential. I just think there are places for houses of worship, and I don't think that inside of a home in a residential area is that place. So I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Let me say, I'm not sure how I'm feeling about 40 and 41, but I can't agree with the waiver for the half-street improvements. It's one thing to have no streetlights, but when you're talking about bringing 75 people in for church, the traffic that you're going to have there, the dust that they're going to kick up if you don't do those half-street improvements, I just think, I think the right thing to do, the civic thing to do, the neighborly thing to do is to, build the curb, the gutter, the sidewalk, stub the street lights, do the streetscape and amenities. So that's my bigger issue with your application. Sorry, public comments closed.
Mr. Chairman, I would agree with that. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 different churches. I don't know if they're different or the same church, but across the street. But giving up curb, gutter, sidewalk, and street lights, I don't think is a good idea. One more question through you for the applicant. How did you notice the public hearing? Was it required through the city or and publicly noticed through the city, or did you just pass out flyers?
No, it actually was notified by the city. So, yeah.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, on agenda item 40, GPA 63547, general plan amendment to go from PROS, Parks, Recreation, Open Space, and SC Service Commercial to PF Public Facilities. I'm going to recommend a denial for that.
Okay, the motion is for denial, so a yes vote is to deny item 40. Please vote. Okay, the motion is denied, so we need an alternative motion. Commissioner Trowbridge?
In regards to general plan amendment 63-547, I'd make a motion for approval according to all staff recommendations.
Okay, motion is to approve item 40. Please vote. That motion carries. Item 41, Commissioner Creer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 41, ZON 63548, rezoning from an application, for popular action on a rezoning from RE Residential Estates to CV Civic. I recommend denial.
Okay, the motion is to deny item 41. A yes vote is for denial. Please vote. That motion does not carry, so I'll entertain an alternative motion. Commissioner Trowbridge?
Thank you. In regards to item 41, zoning 63-548, I'd make a recommendation for approval.
Thank you. Please vote.
Subject to all staff conditions.
Motion is to approve item 41. Motion carries. Vice Chair, what's your vote on that?
Well, it should have been a yes.
Okay. Motion carries, noting the yes vote of the Vice Chair. Item 42, Commissioner Carrere.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 42, WVR 63549. I am going to go along with staff's recommendations for denial.
Thank you. Motion is to deny item 42. Yes vote is for denial. That motion carries. Item 42 is denied. Commissioner Quinn, do you wish to change your vote? Yes. Okay. What is your vote? Is your vote for denial? Yes. Okay. We'll note that. Thank you. And Commissioner Carrere, item 43.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 43, STR 63550 for a proposed 2,200 square foot church house of worship and a 2787 square foot office building with waivers to allow 0-foot wide landscape buffer in portions of the east and south property lines. I will go along with staff recommendations for denial.
Thank you. Motion is to deny item 43. A yes vote is for denial. That motion carries. Item 43 is denied.
Mr. Chairman, items 40, 41, 42, and 43 will be heard at the City Council meeting of May 18th, 2016.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and good evening. Items 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 are all related. Item 44 is GPA 63571. The applicant owner is John M. Bailey for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to GC General Commercial at 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 45 is ZON 63573 for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C2 General Commercial at 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 46 is VAR 63817 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 13-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing building and to allow a 5-foot side yard setback on the north perimeter where 10 feet is required for a proposed carport at 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 47, VAR 63891 for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 17-foot residential adjacency setback where 60 feet is required for an existing building at 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Item 48, SUP 63574 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for delivery and service vehicle storage use in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 49, SDR 63575 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3,933 square foot office and service vehicle use with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the south perimeter, where minimum 8-foot wide landscape buffers are required in Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, before you go to staff, my law firm did services for the applicant's representative, so out of an abundance of caution, I'll be abstaining.
Okay, thank you. Staff report?
Mr. Chairman, the proliferation of commercial uses along Rainbow will discourage property owners to the south to develop in a residential manner and encourage the conversion of the character of the neighborhood into a commercial corridor. The proposed amendment to the general plan and subsequent rezoning of the property to general commercial are not compatible with either the residence estates property within the rural preservation overlay or the single-family development that are adjacent to the subject site. Additionally, the proposed use of the subject site includes the repurposing of the existing home into a commercial office for a sweeper truck business, as well as the storage of such service vehicles at the rear of the property. The proposed variance requests and associated waivers of landscape buffer requirements cannot be supported, as well as the intensity of the proposed use itself being incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Staff recommends denial of all applications. Please note, additional letters of protest and support have been received after the publication. Thank you.
Chairman, Commissioners.
Thank you and good evening.
Yeah, Chairman, Commissioners, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ryan's Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you With me is the applicant and owner of the property. If you please, for the record, introduce yourself.
Sure. John Bailey, 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard.
If we can go to the overhead, Chairman. As we look at the particular property here, when Mr. Bailey first bought his home and brought his family out here almost 20 years ago and built out here, this was a completely different area. This was a very rural area, and unlike that time, the neighborhood has undergone a good deal of transition, and Ann Road is now a major improved arterial. Rainbow is also an arterial road, and I believe you are well aware that while the rural preservation designation is there, it is not applicable when you're on an arterial street. Within 330 feet of the arterial, the rural preservation standards do not apply. So in this particular case, what has a continued more recent change in character has occurred with the commercial zoning that has occurred here with the service commercial designation on the northeast corner, and then of course, and then on the southeast corner as well, along with the other changes that have occurred over time. This is the existing home. Part of what Mr. Bailey wants to do by bringing his business here and locating it is basically continue to be part of the neighborhood in a new way. And I'll show you the reason why he wants to do that. But this is character of the home wants to be retained. So as you go from the commercial project that was immediately abutting this to the north, which is a very intense use with a car wash, convenience store, and fast food drive-through, what he wants to do is then transition to a very low-intense service business with an office here, basically that would operate from the home, keeping the residential character of the home and keep the landscaping as to the largest extent possible. To the north, this is the property to the immediate north. This is Ann. Here's Rainbow. What you can see here is the convenience store, then the canopy and the cars and the lighting, and the fast food with drive-through immediately abutting his property. So what Mr. Bailey realized is while this has been a great rural neighborhood once upon a time, that character has long since changed, and most dramatically with this particular plan. In his particular plan, what he wants to do is put these small sweeper type trucks. He does small commercial areas, does neighborhood association, and clean their streets. These are unlike the city street sweepers. Nowhere near the size. They don't require the special driver's license and certifications, and they're able to dump in the commercial dumpsters, and they don't have to go to the landfill or anything like that. The project that he proposes, basically, if you look at what we have here, the plan I just showed you that was approved previously, this is then here, this is a Rainbow and Ann Road on the north. We would abut that then with this project, which is the landscaping here. And now that this canopy has been removed, after further discussions with staff, we would extend that landscaping all the way down to the east property line. You can see we keep that circular drive in the front. We keep the house, the existing shed. The pool in the back goes away where this parking is added, and then remains this large landscape buffer to the residents to the east. So facing the street, it's going to still maintain that residential look and appearance. The vehicles are all stored in the back behind the gate that exists here. And the category, I think we would agree with staff, that best accomplishes this is not the spot zoning for C2 that staff objected to, nor the land use designation of general commercial. We would agree that's too intense. We would basically suggest that the most appropriate land use is the same land use that was approved on both these properties here, which would be service commercial with a C1 designation. And then the category for the actual use that would best fit would be a building maintenance, service, and sales. And what that specifically is a facility for contracting services such as building repair, maintenance, and installation of plumbing, electrical, air conditioning, heating equipment, janitorial service, and exterminating. So that type of service is the same type of service that Mr. Bailey with the sweeper business offers to his customers. Unlike what is currently proposed in there is basically the delivery and service vehicle, which has to do with fleet services. And a similar approval and application was done at Craig and Rainbow, and that was done in 2012. It's SUP 43005 for building maintenance, service, and sales. And the condition that was imposed there was no what I'll call really heavy-duty equipment. It talks about no backhoes, no dump trucks, tow trucks, bucket or ladder trucks, et cetera. And we can incorporate that special condition if you like, that same condition, to indicate the nature and character of this. But to give you an idea, in that case, it's an even larger, more intense vehicle than what we're proposing here, which is, as you can see, this boom truck is larger than anything we have on this site, and yet it still fit into that C1 commercial with building maintenance, service, and sales. We think that would be appropriate in terms of the land use and zoning. As far as the variances that are requested are essentially to make the home conforming. We're not changing the home. We're not building a new building. All those variances are to the setbacks for the existing home. So all that will do is basically recognize that the home is then a legitimate conforming use, as opposed to a non-conforming structure. It'll be also a conforming structure. So those variances aren't changing the building, do anything new. It's just a reflection of the existing character of the neighborhood already. On the site design review, as I said, we indicated we'd increase that landscaping along the one side. And if you would, Mr. Chairman, I would certainly have some conditions that we can suggest that may be appropriate if you like, and I can pass those out. But one of the things I think is certainly, as you know, very important, because of the certainly all the discussions tonight have been certainly largely focused around what do the neighborhood think and how do they feel. We held a neighborhood meeting. At the neighborhood meeting, there was absolutely no opposition to the project. If you look at the project to the immediate north of us, there was significant concern and opposition before that project finally was able to be approved. We actually have in support of the project 5 here. They basically said this is either an acceptable project or a great addition to the neighborhood. And these are the abutting neighbors to the immediate east, as well as to the neighbor to the south. So I will turn those in for the record, but our immediate neighbors are in support of the request and think this is a good way to transition from the intense commercial to the north, to bring it down to keep it at a residential scale, and yet at the same time allow for a very low intense service commercial type use. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Anyone who wishes to be heard for or against this project, please come up. I'd like to hear your name and address, please.
Hello, Commissioner. Keith Letus, 6604 Manzanita Glen Avenue. I'm the president of the Timber Creek Neighborhood Association, adjacent to the east, and I live about 400 feet from this property. Unfortunately, I couldn't make the neighborhood meeting, but I was listening very intently tonight. We like the fact that they're keeping the property, physically the way it is. That's great. We understand that a zone change is probably adequate. It would be awesome if it was something slightly less intense than C1. I don't know if there's what CO means, or something that does limit it to an office. So in the case, in the future, when the property owner, if and when a property owner sells, someone doesn't come in and say, hey, I'm already entitled, I want something that's more intense but still in a C1. I don't know if keeping the house, using it as an office would still be allowed with a less zoning. I know I, as a neighbor, would feel more comfortable with that. And the only other thing I would ask is to consider is the wall on the east side between this property and Timber Creek. Currently, it's only about 5.5 foot tall, probably appropriate to separate a backyard from a backyard, but probably not tall enough to separate a parking lot from a backyard. The proposed use right now is probably a gated backyard just for their vehicles, but again, in the future, someone else buys it and has that C1 zoning. Now that parking lot maybe could be open up to all their customers with just a 5.5 foot wall between the two. The C1 gas station, fast food, and car wash to the north, one of their conditions of approval in December was required to build an 8-foot wall along the east property line. A condition like that would go a long way rather than the 5.5 foot wall that's there now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good comments.
My name is Dylan Danev, on behalf of the owners of the property adjacent to the subject property, Gold LT RE LLC. We're opposed to the proposal.
Okay, thank you. And you brought the postcards up at the very beginning. I'm surprised you stuck around, but thank you. Okay, does anyone else wish to be heard? I'm not sure we need any rebuttal, but I'll give you a minute if you'd like to make some. Mr. Garcia?
Just very briefly, again, to go to the overhead, we can see that, and we have no objection to adding a little more to the wall, but we're certainly near intense as having the car wash. But we have a large landscape buffer to the east, and we met with all the abutting owners. They were satisfied that that was sufficient. We would be happy to be in a CO's district if the building maintenance and service use were allowed in that, but it's only allowed in the C1, so that's the use we've requested. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions and offer some suggested conditions if you'd like to hear those.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Basically, what we would suggest is the office hour of operations be from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That limits the hours of office, and that because it is intended to operate as an office, not as a commercial retail use. The heavy equipment, this is the condition from Craig and Rainbow, which would be identical from that one. It was heavy equipment machinery, including but not limited to tractors, backhoe, dump trucks, tow trucks, bucket or ladder trucks, front-end loaders, semi-trucks, and trailers, and similar vehicles shall not be parked or stored on the subject site. No equipment that is available rent for shall be stored outside. No vehicle weight over 15,000 GVWR. No industrial-grade sweepers. That would be the equivalent of the cities. And no vehicles that require a commercial driver's license. So it basically keeps all the trucks basically to a low scale as we've suggested. Maintain the residential appearance of the office. All structures shall have the same base color, which would require that the parking structures as well as the current storage shed all be painted to match the house. Extend the landscaping across the north property line to the east and add 8 additional trees, basically to account for the staff noted that there should be 8 additional trees for terminal islands. We don't have that terminal condition, but we'd be happy to add the additional trees.
Okay, thank you.
May I speak, please? No?
I just
We'll
think,
see if there's questions.
yeah, I will give you time if any planning commissioners have questions. So I'm going to close the public comment. Commissioner Quinn?
Yeah, Mr. Garcia, good evening. So I really think that back wall needs to be raised, don't you?
No, as I said, we'd be
I
happy
mean,
to-
if you live
we'd-
back there, you'd want it raised, right?
No, we'd be happy to raise the block wall.
Yeah.
Obviously, within the structural limits of the wall, but I mean, the neighbors didn't object, so if we can go, he said 5 feet, if we go to 6 feet, I don't know if that's appropriate.
I mean, I think I'd go, if you can even pull off 8, I mean, because the bottom line is this man's business grows, which we hope it does. We want the neighbors to be happy, and I think if we put that wall in place right now, it would just make me more confident in the whole project, sir.
Understand?
Thank you.
That would be acceptable.
Commissioner Trowbridge?
We had a previous item this evening where the applicant changed the offer. He changed the proposal. And one of the comments that was made is that we really don't feel comfortable doing it on the fly. I quite candidly support the application, but I don't want to get into some kind of a technical problem by being inconsistent. Maybe the staff or the attorney can correct me if they would. Are we doing the same thing this time that we didn't do the last time if we approve this?
Mr. Chairman, while the city attorney's giving us some thought to that, maybe I could recall what the city attorney said, which was, as long as you're going less intense in terms of the request, that's an appropriate thing for the Planning Commission to consider.
I also think it made a difference.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, what was the question?
Yeah, Commissioner Trowbridge, you want to restate that?
We had a previous item this evening in which the applicant reduced the density request.
Yes.
And that posed some kind of a technical problem. And I wonder if we're doing the same, having the same request this time.
Well, you can go more restrictive, you just couldn't go more lenient.
Okay,
for
thank
your
you.
requests.
That's it.
Yeah, Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you, question for planning director or staff. Why is it that this couldn't go C1 versus, is there a reason why we can't zone it as C1 versus C2, according to the information presented by Mr. Garcia?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, based on the interpretation of staff, we quantified the use of the property as a, delivery and service vehicle storage, because the vehicles are providing a service and they're going to be stored on the back. The representative is putting forward the interpretation that it would be under building maintenance, service, and sales, which in a C1 zoning district would be conditional, and that conditional use says no outdoor storage, and is proposing a tailored condition to provide for storage in the back of the property as part of the building maintenance, service, and sale, predicated on an example which we don't know if it is either in compliance with or predated the adoption of any ordinance changes, which would have made that one legal non-conforming.
Mr. Chairman, I have an additional question. The change in GPA and rezone to a more restrictive category is one thing. The change from one SUP, well, I guess
the SUP would no longer
there
be
would
needed.
no longer
It would
be an
conditional
SUP.
use, and it would fail to meet the condition. And then you
It would
need a
fail to
new
meet the
use
condition,
permit.
which means you need a use permit, which we can't do.
Which you could not grant under this particular agenda item. You could even consider it.
Okay. So, who would like to craft a motion based on our discussion?
Through the chair, I really, I don't have an issue supporting the application, how we get there with the crafting. And I say that because that property adjacent to it, I remember how passionate those homeowners were and coming out here to work with that property owner to kind of change things around with the car wash and the fast food service. And I see you've done a great job to work with the neighbors here, and that's why I feel like I can support this. How we get there between the C2 and the C1, I'm not sure. I'd feel more comfortable if it was a C1 instead of the C2, but it sounds like there's some logistics to talk through.
Which may be a question of whether or not you want to, excuse my voice again, whether you want to hear this or obey it, because I think that staff may have to craft some additional conditions if it even can fit in the zoning category they're now changing it to.
Mr. Chairman, we'd certainly be amenable to that additional, 30 days basically to give staff and us an opportunity to take a look at it. I think it's obviously a question. We think it's pretty clear, but we certainly want staff to feel comfortable and make sure that we get this done right. So with that, we would certainly agree to a 30-day continuance.
I would certainly support that. I like the discussion of limiting this to C1 if at all possible. So is there a motion? Commissioner Trowbridge?
Yeah, I'm willing to make the motion, but I would also hope that the staff takes into consideration in terms of conditions some of the additional conditions that were offered by the applicant this evening. So understanding that, I would make a motion that we obey, I'll read them all if I have to. General Plan Amendment 63-571, rezoning 63-573, variance 63-817, variance 61-891, special use permit 63-574, and site development plan review 63-575. Motion is to hold all these in abeyance for 30 days, and we'll craft the new things, and we'll shoot for a C1.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Please vote.
Through the chair, I'd like to add to the applicant, if we don't have that condition that doesn't limit the trucks that you spoke about, I couldn't support it, but with it there, just for clarity, I would be able to support it. Thank you.
All right, very good. That motion carries, noting the abstention of Commissioner Flangus.
Chairman,
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to move forward first items 60, 61, and 62, followed immediately by 63, 64, 65, followed again by 66, 67, and 68. Mr. Gronauer? Actually, let me read these in first. So, beginning with item 60, related items 60, 61, and 62, VAR 63584. This is a variance. The applicant is D.R. Horton. The owner is RMH Trust. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 where 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision at the northwest corner of Durrell Lane and Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 61 is WVR 63585 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 187-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision at the northwest corner of Durrell Lane and Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And item 62, TMP 63586 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we please have the staff report?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we are going to be requesting to hold these items. I don't know.
We don't need staff report? Okay, very good. And I think it'll become clear to the commissioners and the public why why I called these forward. Go ahead, Mr. Gronauer.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, good evening. Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. On these matters and then the two other sets of matters, we're going to be asking to hold those for 30 days until your next Planning Commission meeting. And the reasoning is the neighbors are here. They've asked to meet. We didn't have a chance to meet. It's the right thing to do. So that's what we're going to do instead of have a hearing tonight and go through all the issues and keep you an extra hour or two. So hopefully we can cut that out and save the hour or two for 30 days from now.
Hour or two, huh? All right, thank you. The applicant has requested an abeyance of 30 days. City Attorney?
I'm going to read the rest of those in, Mr. Chairman, the other ones that are associated with it that he referenced.
They are actually separate items.
Oh, okay.
So I read in the first three
Well, why don't we do that?
items.
Why don't we just go ahead and take them all? If they're all going to be obeyed, let's just do them all.
Okay. You want me to read them all
That
in
may
for
be
the record,
easier.
though?
Yeah, that may be easier.
All right, so
It'll
let's
almost be like another housekeeping item.
Okay. Items 63, 64, and 65 are related. Item 63 is VAR 63577. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is Lexington Partners, LLC et al. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision on the north side of Durrell Lane, west of Decatur Boulevard in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 64 is WVR 63579 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 154-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 65 is TMP 63580 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 57-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Items 66, 67, and 68 are also related. Item 66 is VAR 63587. The applicant is also D.H. Horton. The owner is Precedent Properties, LLC. For possible action on a request for a variance to allow a connectivity ratio of 1.0 where 1.3 is required, and to allow no amenity zone where such is required for a proposed residential subdivision at the southeast corner of Durrell Lane and Unicorn Street in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 67 is WVR 63588 for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 183-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for a proposed residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 68, TMP 63589, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for an 8-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Back to you, Mr. Gronauer.
Again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. You're representing all these items. We're going to ask to hold those for 30 days so we can meet with the neighbors, and we'll be back in for your next Planning Commission next month.
Okay, I am going to open this for public comment in case any neighbor is here to oppose an abeyance. And let me keep in mind, I'm only asking you to state if you are opposing the abeyance. I don't want to hear the merits of the case about why you object to it at this point. So how many of you are here to object to obeying this item?
We would like to ask, can we
turn in petitions, stuff like that.
Okay, I need you to come up to the microphone. Okay, your name and address, please?
My name is James Limerick. Address is 5121 Durrell Lane. At this point, obviously, we are okay with the abeyance, and I'm actually the one that approached the gentleman and asked for it. But our question is should we still turn in our oppositions and
Yes,
things like
please.
that at this point, or wait until next time, or?
We'll take those from you now
Okay.
and make those a part of the record.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mark has one.
I think there's more back there as well, Jim.
Yeah, bring all of them up, please.
Mark Christensen, 6817 Unicorn Street. I spoke with Mayor Pro Tem on this, and the reason that we turned out here, one, we only had a week notice on this. That included the mailings. Second, the signs that went up on the properties went up Tuesday of this week, or correction, last week. And the third and most important thing is on item number 66, if I'll draw your attention for the variance, this property 5 years ago was reverted from residential estates to R1 with a contingency that within 18 months it would be built out.
Okay, let me just cut you off and ask you, are you opposing the abeyance?
We're not opposing the abeyance.
Okay, so I'm going to limit your remarks to that. I understand you may have other things to say on item 66, but I'm going to hold those until next month when we consider the merits of that.
I understand that, Chairman. Mayor Pro Tem asked me to ask the city attorney to look into this matter because it was part of the conditions for the reversion from RE to R1. And that has not been done. It's still listed as R1.
I don't know what the issue is. This is my first time hearing this, so.
Okay.
I can give the gentleman my card and he can call me.
Yeah, let's do that. If you can, the city attorney will meet you over at the wall and he can give you that. So again, let me ask you, you are in support of the abeyance for 30 days?
I am in support of the abeyance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public comment and can I have a motion on the abeyance request?
Yes.
Yeah. Are you here to oppose the abeyance or speak in favor of the abeyance? You don't want an abeyance? I need to open the public comment back up then. Come on up and approach the microphone, please.
My name is Brian Fortner, 5150 Deer Springs. I don't want the abeyance for another 30 days to hear because I don't want them to get the compliances to move streets over a little bit more to squeeze out some more houses. They already have R1. They should stick to those and limit it to 48 houses, not 57. Don't move the streets over. Don't move the sidewalks. Don't squeeze out. Don't give them the abeyance or the leniency on those. The other one is the lot at Unicorn and Durrell. About that possibly supposed to be revert back to RE. So it wouldn't even be the R1. They wouldn't be able to develop it that way. They also want to reduce, again, a little bit. They want adjustments so that they can squeeze out more houses. Stick to the R1, stick to the rules. We have to accept some more houses there, but let's not squeeze in 5 or 6 more.
So again, we're getting into the merits of the
Yeah.
case. I understand, you oppose it as it stands. I haven't heard you say anything about why you oppose the abeyance.
I oppose it because we waited here all night, and I don't need to talk to them about trying to convince me that it's okay to move a street over 100 feet so they can get 10 more houses.
Okay,
I don't
I already
understand.
heard that part.
Mr. Chairman, you can incorporate this gentleman's comments when you hear it next month. They can be incorporated into next.
I'll be back next month also. It's just.
All right, we'll give you time next month then to speak on that. And anyone else? Come on up, sir.
Michael Adams, 6875 Unicorn Street. On one hand, I understand that we have an abeyance going through until next month so that he in turn can try and give us his best sales pitch. But at the same time, we received absolutely no notice on this whatsoever. We were able to put together a petition literally in 2 days we were able to put together an emergency meeting to come here on Sunday night to show our adamant opposition to this, and I would like the record to reflect that on less than 1 week of having any idea this was going on, how many of the neighbors were able to stay, not only come, but stay all night when half of them brought their kids with them. So I would like that to be a part of the public record, that we are absolutely adamantly opposed to this so far as it is, because we received nothing to work with.
Okay, thank you. And that is now part of the record, so thank you. Okay, now I'll close the public comment and entertain a motion for the abeyance request.
Yes.
Commissioner Schlotman.
Mr. Chairman, and just one comment before I make my motion, just to the people who come out tonight. We always do put the abeyance items first on the agenda, so you won't be the last on the agenda next time. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to hold in abeyance items 60 through 68 until the May 10th Planning Commission hearing.
Okay, thank you. The motion is to obey items 60 through 68 until the May 10 Planning Commission. Please vote. Motion carries. Those items are obeyed.
Thank you, commissioners, for allowing these items to be moved up so they can go home. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us know. Yes. Okay, we're back to related items 50 and 51. Item 50 is GPA 63593. The applicant is Jet Development Incorporated. The owner is Hongchu LLC. For possible action on a request for a general plan amendment from M, medium density residential, to high density residential at 4800 East Charleston Boulevard in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Item 51 is SDR 5363596. For possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 40-unit addition to an existing 197-unit multifamily residential unit in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the increase in units would increase the residential density of the development from 25 units per acre to 30 dwelling units per acre, which would require a high-density general plan designation. Although the existing R3 zoning district allows up to 50 units per acre, the only areas of high density residential development along Charleston Boulevard are located west of Mojave, which is approximately 2 miles to the west. The proposed general plan amendment would therefore be incompatible with the designations on nearby parcels, and for this reason, neither application can be supported. Staff recommends denial of both items. And there was one protest received after publication. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Jennifer Wampel with Jet Development, 800 North Rainbow, Las Vegas 89107. I'm the developer contractor for the representing the owner, and I'm going to turn it over to Waya, who is the owner's representative.
Hi, my name is Waya Noble. I'm representing the owner tonight. And I have some supplemental material to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, if I can have the overhead instead.
Go ahead.
Could I have the overhead, please? Yes. The owner purchased this property in 2013, and this has gone through major transformation and improvement. At the time that we purchased the property, there's only 40 units. Out of the 199 units was occupied. All the roofs are leaking, the broken pipes, jetting water everywhere. 40 tenants are paying actual rent. And this is an area that's really hurt by the economy. So when we purchased the land, we have gone through major transformation. New roof put in, new 500 trees put in, and we actually taken down the old swimming pool who has broken, tumbling down fences and putting new resort-style pools. And we built the community room, and we help a lot of the VA rehousing. The VA clinics is really down the street, and we would like to provide more housing for them. And this whole improvement and the addition of 20 studios, small studios, and 20 small one bedroom, is really out of the request and the demand of a lot of the clients that we're serving: the VA rehousing program, the Catholic Charity program, the ACC, the African Community Center, and a lot of the Salvation Armies, because they really do need a lot of smaller units. And we are providing these 40 units in addition to this when we submit the site application. And we realize, actually, although the owner really has this R3 entitled to up to 50 units per acre, however, the general plan restricted this 50 units to 25 and designate this as a medium density. However, that plan, the general plan that's restricting the owner, was a documentation from 1992, documenting what was there prior to 1992. And I would like to show you this before I go into the details, because you can see from the general plan, and I think this is on the, in your material as well as on the overhead on your screen. Although this is the southeast sector of the city, although from this map you'll see this is Charleston Garden. It's sitting right at Charleston between Lamb and Nellis, the Nellis Crossing in Charleston Square, the two largest shopping centers on the east, the commercial. And this Charleston Garden on this map, as you're seeing, is from 1992, the general plan that's restricting this 40 small unit that's going to be infill in the complex. And you can see, as I'm pointing to this, this pulled out from the 1992 general plan, just to show that there is a high-density property that was designated in that plan. However, it was in a very random site at 28th Street and Elm. And that really indicates this plan is just an inventory, as the master plan land use element was indicating. The land use element has specifically said this is an inventory of 1992 plan. And there's little work or no work been done for this general plan since 1992. And to restrict the owner's entitlement to R3 50 units by a plan that was done in 1992, although we're at the end of the master plan 2020, this is not only, I guess, it's not only not fair to the owner, but also it's against city's master plan spirit, because we can see from the master plan and the land use element, and I quote unquote, it says all the future development would be encouraged to have infill development while remaining sensitive to the character of existing stable neighborhood. And the city encouraged infill project and neighborhood revitalization. And that's exactly what we're trying to do here, is to really bring a lot of, I will show you some of the let me go back. Here's our.
So I just want to give you a heads up. I'm limiting the remarks to 10 minutes, and you're 5 minutes in.
Okay,
so I'm
very
going
good.
to put a timer up just so you're aware of it. You have 5 more minutes.
Okay. So now here's are the infills. As you can see, these are small 20 studio units with 300 square foot, and some small infills to add to the existing building. And all the nice swimming pool that we built, we're adding another 12 units and to serve the neighborhood. And these are all the improvement we've done. We have built a new gateway to provide the new community identity, the carport, the new roof, the new asphalt, the new office, complete new laundry rooms, and the new swimming pool to provide, and all the infill units were actually the same, two-story walk-up that would fit exactly identical to these units, the existing. And we're doing a lot of, we're working with the communities and working with these nonprofit organizations, and we're providing health fair, we're providing a lot of community activities. And the next page is where you see the existing condition of the site. That's the empty lot that was taken down, some swimming pool, and we're adding back, we hope to add back some. And the smaller units, very small units. However, I want to point out, I want to make the last comment is this. When we look at this map, we look at this as if this is the end of the city, the end of the development, and this is the end, the corner. It's nothing happening here. And as the set point out in previous drawing, is showing that just the residential. However, if you combine with the county map, and you're going to see that really Charleston is the major artery, and it's the eastern gateway for the whole city, and it's really channeling for a lot of activity into the city, the downtown area. And with this land use map combining the county and the city, we can see all the county land with 2 Walmarts, Walmart, Target, Kohl, Home Depot, VA's clinic, and with Office Max, Kohl's, Target. So these are really a commercial core or a community service core that actually is a perfect location for some higher density to be a real, true mixed use instead of becoming a commercial. And so we plead that the city consider this become a high density, and only we're adding 5 more units per acre. It's 30 units by acre instead of what's allowed in 50. And all the improvement and investment the owner put in over the 3 years income, they have actually spent double that into improving. And we think this is a catalyst project for this eastern part to get revitalized, and its total support and conform to what the master plan asks us to do, in this whole area. And so considering all the future and the possibility of really increasing and really enhance the neighborhood and community, and let us provide that to the city. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Is anyone here to be heard on these items? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the Planning Commission? Commissioner Quinn?
I just wanted to make one comment to you, ma'am. This is one of the loveliest presentations I've ever received, and you did a really nice job presenting it, and then I'll listen to my colleagues and we'll go from there. But I just wanted to tell you it was really nice.
Thank you.
Commissioner Slotman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I went to the public hearing. Nobody was in attendance, with the exception of the 2 people who stand in front of us today, and Mr. Swanton and myself. So honestly, they're adding 2 small little apartments on the interior of, the building footprint. And if this ever gets torn down in the future, and gets rebuilt, it's gonna have to come back to us. They're overparked right now, so I don't see this as being a very big issue. So Mr. Chairman, through you, on item number 50, GPA 63593, I move to approve based upon the facts and testimony I just stated.
Okay, thank you. Motion is to approve item 50. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. We're going to
We're not
continue
quite
to
done
do a
yet.
good job.
But we're not quite done.
Oh, second one.
Mr. Chairman, item 51, SDR 63596, I would move to approve based on the testimony stated previously.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 51. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, items 50 and 51 will be heard at the City Council meeting on May 18th, 2016.
Very good.
Thank you very
Congratulations.
much. We'll continue to do the good job.
Thank you.
And if you want this back, I'm not going to be using them.
Thank you for considering the continuing master plan for the city. To really, I think the city really need to, if we can work with the county and really, really make this into an eastern gateway for the city, it would be wonderful. Thank you.
Here you go. We're giving these back to you. All right, we're moving on to item 56, ZON 63475. The applicant owner is Bali Center LLC, or Bale Center, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from CD Design Commercial to O Office at 2801 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, with Title 19 no longer supporting the CD Design Commercial Zoning District and rezoning the subject site would bring the site into compliance with the current general plan designation of office, staff is recommending approval of this application. Please note additional letters of protest have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Celeste, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Appreciate staff's favorable recommendation. We agree with all the conditions contained therein. I'd be more happy to expand on it should there be any questions, but I know it's getting late in the evening, so I'll just reserve any comments should there need to be any further explanation.
We all appreciate that. I'll open this for public comment. Anyone wish to be heard?
Hi, Shauna Waldman, 2901 Calanthe. Again, we currently would be opposed to this as much as the CD zoning is kind of special overlay along Charleston, which benefits the residents of McNeil, and which we have fought long and hard to remain in place. We know we're going to have a lot of upcoming battles. Changing this to office zoning is a potential negative for the neighborhood. I would request that this item be obeyed or put in abeyance, and we could have a neighborhood meeting to get more information about exactly what it is they're looking to offer.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, just one point of clarification. The CD overlay remains in place, so all of those development standards are still there. It's the zoning underneath that changes. The CD zoning is no longer a zoning district because the overlay covers all of that.
Mr. Celeste?
Yeah, and just just another point of clarification. Again, we're actually requesting a down zoning, if you will, to the office request. Reason being is that we're coming in. Dr. Bali has the existing dentistry practice and essentially is looking to add a dental assistant program use on that site, which is characterized as a business school in the licensing category. And it's not allowed in the CD, so we're actually going to a lesser zoning district, to the O, where it is allowed. If anything, it's, down zoning or making the property less intense of a use. So that's why we, I believe, have staff recommendation of support.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public comment and see if there's any discussion amongst the commissioners. Commissioner Quinn?
Well, I just wanted to tell you, Mr. Celeste, that I think a lot of the neighbors behind you in, her neighborhood, they didn't understand what was going in there, like a dental school. There was a lot of rumors flying around. So they were requesting a neighborhood meeting. Would that be okay? I mean, it's just 30 days. I know it's a little thing, even though you're down zoning, but these are very active neighbors that really want to hear from Dr. Bali what exactly is going to be going on in that building. I've had 5 or 6 phone calls in the last 3 days.
If that's the direction, sure. I mean, yes, I'm more than happy to meet with the neighbors.
These are great neighbors, and they're his
yeah.
neighbors. He lives down the street from all of them, so
yeah, I mean,
he knows
it's
them,
yeah.
so.
I have no, absolutely, of course.
Okay,
I
so if
can
you
I
could
can hold
arrange
it
that,
and
please.
get their contact
Yeah.
information and explain that we're really making this a less intense use.
To be honest, if I'd have known that you were representing it, I would have called you. I didn't have any idea, so I apologize for the inconvenience.
Yeah.
But I'm going to ask that this be held at the neighborhood request.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. This is a fairly non-controversial project. Is there any reason why that neighborhood meeting couldn't take place between now and City Council?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Is that okay? Excuse me, could I ask her through you, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely. Can you come up to the microphone?
Because she's their president or something.
When is that, May 10th?
So in other words, what we would do is probably follow staff's recommendation for approval tonight, because it is a lower density, and you now know what it's going to be. And then you can have a neighborhood meeting between now and the council meeting, and then if there's something you don't like, then you can bring it up at council.
I think your question is, when is the city council meeting?
Is that May 10th?
No.
May 18th.
May 18th.
So it's a month from now. Okay, yeah, I'm sure we can pull that together. Definitely.
That would be, if I can go ahead and move forward tonight, absolutely get with our neighbors and between, certainly
Right.
before.
I think there's just miscommunication on this zoning, that's all.
Absolutely,
You know.
and I'm more than happy to explain that we're certainly not trying to do anything more intense in the area.
So, Mr. Flangus, it's your recommendation we make the motion for approval this evening and then ask
Sure.
them to have a staff have a meeting.
Mr. Chairman, pertaining to item number 56, which is ZON 63475, move to approve, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 56. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 56 will be heard at the city council meeting on May 18th, 2016.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Want to be invited to neighborhood meeting?
All right, we are now moving on to related items 69 through 71. 69 is WVR 63581. The applicant owner is KB Home Nevada Incorporated for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 102-foot internal intersection offset where 125 feet is required at the southeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Egan Crest Drive in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item 70 is WVR 63582 for possible action on a request for a waiver of the Cliffs Edge design guidelines to allow 5,823 square feet of common open space where 15,800 square feet is required in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item 71, TMP 63583 for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 158-lot single-family residential subdivision in Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, this subdivision was designed to accommodate the existing off-site improvements along Grand Teton Drive and Egan Crest Drive, which has prompted the waiver requests. Although a single-family type product is allowed in the medium-density residential designation, the Cliffs Edge standards are geared toward multifamily rather than single-family residential development on this site. Open space is an integral part of the implementing of the vision for the development of the Providence Master Plan area. Staff supports the requirements of the Cliffs Edge Master Development Plan and design standards, and therefore recommends denial of the open space waiver. As a result, staff recommends denial of the associated intersection offset waiver and the tentative map. And there was one additional approval and one additional protest received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name's Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing KB Home in this matter. If I could get your attention to the overhead, I could show you the piece of property here. The property is on the corner of Egan Crest Drive and Grand Teton Drive, which is located in the Providence Master Plan community. The property's already planned for medium density, as staff has mentioned, for 25 units to the acre. KB Home is looking to do, instead of a multifamily development for a single, they're coming in proposing a single-family development for about 158 lots. Based on that, there is a open space requirement for multifamily that requires 100 square feet per unit. And what we're doing is doing single family, which otherwise would have about 25 square feet per unit. One of the things that we've done in working with the councilman's office is, as our site plan is shown here, is we've made some revisions to the site plan that we initially submitted. Number one is we're gating the two entryways here to make this a gated community. And we are losing lot 85 in this area, where we're going to be providing amenities within this area, within the community itself. And I could show you on a colored map essentially of what you'd be gaining here, as I was just mentioning earlier with the revised plan, And I think the condition that staff will have prepared here is we're going to do gated entrance here, and we've removed the lot where we have the open space here for amenities to be used in this area. We would still need the variance because we fall short of the open space requirement, but please understand is when you have multifamily, you have the open space throughout the community itself. That's why you had the 100 square feet of what we're required to put. But we also have rear yards in the back here that have your private open space, but we're providing also open space within the community too. So with that being said, we'd ask you to recommend approval of the 2 waivers that we're asking for in the tentative map that's before you. The other waiver is the intersection in this area. We have internal intersection separation requirements, which is located in here. We believe that because it's internal and because of the density that's in here, it's not going to have a negative impact whatsoever. The bigger issue was trying to resolve the open space and the amenities of what we're now providing within the community itself.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and let me say, although you don't meet the open space, with the additional open space that you've agreed to, we can call it a tot lot or whatever else, that and the gates, you're going to find my support on these items. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no further discussion, I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, please.
Actually, I do have a question.
Sorry.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Groenhauer, you now have how much open space?
We have approximately over 7,500 square feet of open space in there now.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, question through you for the planning department and also for Lucian. Usually when we waive the open space requirements, we hit the developer with fees that go to the Parks Fund. Has that gone away? Or I remember when I had an open space waiver, I ended up having to pay $50,000, not for providing enough open space downtown. So could y'all explain how that works?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, through you, since this is the Cliffs Edge Development Standards, it was a development agreement that instituted this, and there was no such, I guess, caveat for the open space.
Okay. All right. Not trying to cost you extra money, but that money goes to, typically goes to parks within the general vicinity, so that's why I was questioning.
But we could add a condition that you pay $50,000 because there's not enough open space.
Would you agree to that, Mr.
No, I'm talking to you, Commissioner Slaughter.
No, because I was going to make clarification, because within the master plan community, the master developer has already provided the parks within the master plan community itself. And I think, as I explained in this matter, is we are doing single-family detached homes instead of the apartments, which actually there is a different square footage requirement. It's just that we have the median density on here.
I'll entertain a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item number 69, which is WVR 63581, move to approve subject to conditions.
Motion is for approval. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 70, WVR 63582, move to approve subject to conditions.
And that includes the amendment to include the additional open space. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm
Yes.
going to address those on the tentative map.
Oh, okay, thank you. My bad.
No problem.
Motion is to approve item 70. Please vote.
Mr. Chairman, a question. Why are we addressing on the tentative map if that's what the waiver's for, the open space, what we're voting on currently?
Oh, I don't have the exact number of what the new open space is going to be. Mr. Groenhauer, do you have that number? Because then we can add a condition on the waiver.
Yeah, and let me play it safe. It's a minimum 7,500 square feet that's there. There's actually a little bit more, but just in case I'm missing some square feet somewhere.
Okay, so
Okay, Mr. Chairman, what I'll do is withdraw my motion for item number 70, start a new motion to approve with the condition that there is going to be a minimum of 7,500 square feet of open space.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 71, TMP 63583, move to approve subject to conditions.
Mr. Chairman, if I could add the additional conditions that were agreed upon by the applicant, or will agree to. Item number 71, first condition, lot number 85 shall be revised to be a common lot utilized for open space comprised of a tot lot. And condition number 2, the subdivision shall be gated and conform to the standard drawings 222.1.
Very good. The applicant agrees to those conditions.
Yes, sir, we agree.
And I'll add those conditions to my motion.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night, and soon a good morning.
Mr. Chairman, items 69, 70, and 71 are final action unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
All right. Moving right ahead, item 75, SUP 63514. The applicant is Sprouts Farmers Market. The owner is Hagen Property South, LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within a proposed 34,833 square foot general retail store other than listed, and a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a city park where 400 feet is required at 7530 Westlake Mead Boulevard, Suite 120 in Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed use can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the existing surrounding uses, as the property is situated with a shopping center and a general retail store containing 34,833 square feet of retail space. There is no direct access between the store and the park. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the application. Please note, additional letters of protest and support have been received after publication. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jonathan Nguyen, 400 South Rampart, Suite 400. We would just ask that you go along with staff and recommend approval.
Okay, thank you. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Flangus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is fine for the location as stated by staff. If there's no further comment, I'll move to approve, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 75 is final action unless appealed to the clerk's office within 10 days. Mr. Chairman, if I might, I made a error on item 71. I announced that it was final action unless appealed within 10 days. I'd like to correct that. It is final action unless appealed within 7 days.
Thank you for that clarification. Item 76 is SUP 63555. The applicant is Mary Carmen Soria. The owner is Bonanza Sunrise LLC. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 2,500 square foot expansion of an existing 1,460 square foot restaurant for a restaurant with service bar to be located 180 feet from a child care facility, where 400 feet is the minimum required at 4800 East Bonanza Road, Suite 8 in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, hang on. We need the staff report first.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the existing restaurant with the newly expanded area can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner with the existing and future surrounding land uses as a restaurant with service bar, and is recommending approval of this application. Please note we have received additional letters of protest since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Carmen Soria, and I'm the owner for restaurant in 4800 East Bonanza. And I applied for a waiver for license for restaurant service bar. I'm bringing letters for my customers, and I have a beer and wine license now.
Okay, we'll take that letter from you and make that part of tonight's record. Can I ask you if you're willing to follow all of the staff conditions?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Speak English.
There are conditions that are attached to your application that staff has recommended. Are you willing to comply with all of those that have been stated?
I'm sorry, I understand.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problemo, no problemo, the conditions for restaurante?
Maybe, Mr. Chairman, maybe the staff could just show her the conditions that are part of this particular application, and she can then agree.
Good idea.
Or, yeah, determine if she agrees with them.
Señora, el staff tiene las condiciones en el report.
Okay.
Necesita usted comprender las condiciones.
Yeah. Here.
Okay.
¿Comprende usted?
Yes,
Sí.
thank you.
Okay, you've had a chance to look at those conditions. You agree?
Yeah,
¿De acuerdo?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Cherry?
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion, if there's no more discussion.
Please do.
Make a motion for approval on item 76, SUP 63555.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 76. Please vote. Has everyone voted? Thank you. Motion carries.
Ganaste.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Que
Mr.
tenga
Chair.
buena noche.
Buenos días.
Buenas noches.
Buenos noches.
Buenos días.
Mi-
Be buenos días in
Mr.
10
Chairman,
minutes.
that item will be heard at City Council on May 18th. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 77, SUP 63568. The applicant owner is Mei-Ling Chen Pan for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 492-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 2105 Bonnie Bray Avenue in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed short-term residential rental use will not be compatible with the surrounding uses due to the existing similar use that is currently licensed within 492 feet from the proposed subject property. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Miranda at 2105 Bonnie Bray, Miranda Chen. We started communicating with the city before we purchased the property back in last year in February. And we back and forth with the city with all the guidelines and all the processing for the license and the verified zoning before we purchased this property. After 5 months of back and forth and looking for the property, that we finally found this one, and we sold the property that we used to live and purchased this property purposely for vacation rental. After that, we contacted the city to come by the property to pass the fire inspection and safety inspection, and we were told that all the inspection was passed. After a few months of waiting, that we find out that we need another special permit that was actually passed around the same time that we closed escrow on the property. We've been to the city a couple of times, talked to them, and they said we're barely the first case in this special permit used. We actually went to the city and talked to them about if you do driveway, the 660 feet, we are 570 feet when we talk to the city. It's actually the property line to property line. If you do the driveway to driveway, we actually exist the 660 feet with our property to another one. We want to bring to attention that there's hundreds of illegal vacation rental in the city that needs attention and needs to be shut down. That we want to make a point that we're the people that here trying to do the right thing, that we met all the due diligence before we move forward with this, and we met all the requirement and all the guideline with the city according to this property. So, 1 minute.
Anything from you, sir?
Oh, my name is Apollo. 3255 El Camino Road.
I need your full name, please.
Apollos Liu. I just wanted to say that, yeah, like my wife mentioned, we did our due diligence to find out what was the regulations and rules before purchasing property, which we did, and we have had documentation through email where we did that, asking the city, is this legal here and everything. I think during that period of time, there was that extra contingency that of the 660 feet from another registered vacation rental. You know, besides that, you know, when we found out that we were within that boundary, you know, we still went above and beyond. You know, I contacted all my neighbors, so everybody has my cell phone number. They know to contact me if any of our guests get out of hand. You know, we screen our guests a lot. You know, my wife meets every single guest when they enter, so we're not trying to do a vacation rental party house or anything like that. We're trying to be, you know, trying to find the guidelines as much as possible and try to take in like more family-oriented, pet-oriented clients. I actually spoke at our community meeting in Ward 1 where Lois Tarkanian actually showed up, and we actually had a discussion with, I guess, maybe around 30, 40 neighbors about vacation rentals, and you know, I didn't have any opposition there either. And you know, I spoke with just in general, well, basically, if they think we would pass, and Lois Tarkanian's office felt like that we would be okay as long as our neighbors were okay with it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open this now for public comment. Is anyone here to be heard on these on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Commissioner Quinn.
Hi, good evening. So the house that's on Bonnie Bray Avenue, that's down the street, do you own that one as well? Do you own the one that's at, that's 492 feet away?
No.
No. Okay. Well, here's the deal. We can't have them that close together, because what would happen, and I know you have good intentions, but what would happen is if we allow you to have one so close to another one, then we're going to set a standard for other neighborhoods and for other places. So I'm very sorry, but I'm going to have to follow staff's recommendation for denial this evening, but you can take it to City Hall and see what the councilwoman says. But you understand that we just can't set a precedent of 2 on 1 street. It just can't be done.
Yeah, I understand. It was, like I say, it was 90 feet short from this permit that it wasn't informed before we
and then the next
purchased
might be
property.
40 feet short, so before you know it, we have a whole block. Anyway, I'm gonna, if nobody has anything else to say, I'm gonna make a motion on SUP 63568, following staff's recommendation tonight for denial.
Okay, the motion is to deny item 77, which is following staff's recommendation. A yes vote is for denial. Please vote. That motion does carry by a single vote.
Damn.
Mr. Chairman, that item will be heard at City Council on May 18th, 2016.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that means there's another meeting?
If we want to.
Excuse me?
That means there's another meeting?
There is another meeting.
Okay.
You get to go argue again before City Council, so you'll have another opportunity to present your
Yeah, you'll
Okay.
see the
your case.
councilwoman,
Okay.
your friend.
Okay, we're to item 78, SUP 63592. The applicant owner is Cheetah Development Corporation for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,000 square foot liquor establishment, tavern use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from similar uses where 1,500 feet is required at 2210 Paradise Road in Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed tavern can be conducted in a harmonious and compatible manner within the existing shopping center, in addition to the existing land uses within the surrounding area, and we recommend approval of this application. Please note, additional letters of support and protest were received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good morning, Justin Michaels, 820 Rancho Lane, Suite 85. We agreed with staff's recommendation for approval, and we respectfully request it from you as well.
Thank you. I'll open this for public comment and hearing. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment. Any discussion on the commission? Commissioner Schlotman?
This was previously a tavern, if I'm not mistaken. Usually I hear from people in Beverly Green and the neighborhood if there's an issue. This isn't an issue. I hadn't heard anything from anyone, so I'll move to approve on item 78 following staff's recommendation for approval and subject to their conditions.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 78. Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking around.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Item 79 is SDR 63543. The applicant owner is Sunrise Mountain View Hospital Incorporated for possible action on a request for a major amendment to a previously approved plot plan review for a proposed 71,027 square foot, 64-bed expansion and parking lot reconfiguration to an existing hospital at 3100 North Tenaya Way in Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we please have staff's report?
Mr. Chairman, staff finds the proposed expansion to be consistent in appearance and massing with the existing hospital, and the rearrangement of the parking lot configuration to be minor in nature. The applicant has also mitigated the impact of the proposed expanded helipad to the surrounding area by locating the helipad at the south end of the site. Staff recommends approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you, and happy midnight, straight up.
Good morning.
Names and
Jack-
addresses?
Yes, Jack Parker, representing the applicant.
Well, I'm Matt Nitch. I'm an architect. I work with Earl Swenson Associates and representing the applicant too.
Did you give your addresses?
I'm at 9115 Odin Court in Brentwood, Tennessee. We don't live here.
Okay.
616 Gardenia Way, Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Thank you. Anything to tell us about the application?
I think we agree to all the conditions and just actually recommend approval.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, public comment and hearing is closed. Commissioner Quinn.
Nobody has any questions. I'm ready to make a motion on item number 79, SDR 63543, following all of staff's recommendations, and for the motion for approval this evening.
Thank you. Motion is to approve item 79. Please vote. Motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Mr. Chairman, item 79 is final action unless appealed to the City Clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, we are now to Director's Business. Item 81, TXT 63607. The applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request to amend Title 19.12 and Title 19.18 to delete the bed and breakfast in use, to amend the short-term residential rental use, and to provide for other related matters. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, eliminating bed and breakfast in seems to make sense, since not only has it not been used in a while, I don't believe it has ever been used in the city. So it seems to be an obsolete use. So we're just asking to clean up the use table and eliminate that. Short-term residential, I think, was an oversight, because we do have mixed-use residential in commercial zones, and it's not allowed. So we're asking to add that in. And we're changing the description of short-term residential to allow renting out individual rooms, with the changing technology and change in practices where people use different types of apps and so on to rent out single rooms in their home. So that's the nature of this particular text amendment.
Very good. I'll open this for public comment. Does anyone wish to be heard? Look at you. You made it.
Julie Davies, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard. I ask you to approve this measure. I understand short-term rentals very well, so if you have questions, but I know the hour is, I guess, early now. So if I'm here, if you have any questions about it, but I ask you to approve this.
Thank you very much. I will now close the public comment and see if there's any discussion on the commission. Commissioner Quinn?
No, I was just ready to make a motion.
I think everyone would agree with that.
I mean, I
so
think it sounds like a great idea.
Please make your motion.
My motion for approval on text amendment 63607, following staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will be forwarded to City Council in ordinance form.
Okay, we've now reached the citizens' participation portion of the agenda. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Does anyone wish to be heard on this portion of the agenda? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment, and the meeting is adjourned.